A world nearly destroyed by a cataclysm. Saved by the actions of heroes long gone. A world that has survived, recovered, and even thrived. This is the world of Tyr. Here, the descendants of those heroes and the other survivors of the cataclysm have built great nations, the 8 pillars that support the world. Nearly 1,500 years after the cataclysm, the world is one of relative calm. However, beneath this veneer of peace, great forces move. With every shift and shudder, they threaten to disrupt the delicate balance that keeps the pillars standing. Now, across the world, knowingly or not, people must become heroes, or the pillars will fall and Tyr will be no more. Join us as we follow some of those heroes and see their struggles to keep their world from destruction. Hello everyone, hopefully you can see and hear me. Welcome to Helpful Goat Presents Tyr, The Balance, a D&D 5e one-shot in my world of Tyr. I'm just ready. Yep, okay, there we go. Chelsea has dropped a poem. I am Galway Trainer. I'm one of the founders of Helpful Goat Gaming, small independent game design and game content creation community. And thank you so much for joining us today. Tonight, if you're in Britain, as we build and explore a magical world together. In the case of Tyr, not as magical, but also pretty magical. Before we get started, a couple quick pieces of housekeeping. First, as I mentioned, we are a game content and game design community. If you would like to join that community, I recommend you use !Discord in the chat right now. That will get you a link to join our Discord, where we do recruiting for games, we play test some of our own games, we do game days, we do movie nights, we just hang out generally. I'm just watching Andy try to hit the link.
Discrod.
That takes you to an alternate Helpful Goat community that I cannot recommend. We stream here on twitch.tv pretty much every week, multiple times a week. We are also affiliate here, so you can follow us, which is totally free, and that gets you notifications when we go live. You can also cheer bits and subscribe to us, which gets us some monetary support. If you have Amazon Prime, you can sub to us for free using Twitch Prime. It's pretty easy to set up. There's a little link when you click on the subscribe to this channel that'll walk you through it. That is totally free for you. It doesn't renew every month, but if you have Amazon Prime and you enjoy any kind of gaming content, we strongly encourage you to do that, even if it's not for us, for somebody. Those free subs, those even single subs, make a huge difference, especially to smaller and mid-sized streamers. So please do that if you can. Let's see. If you use the !coffee, KO-FI link, you will get a link to the Helpful Goat Coffee page, where you can donate directly to us as another means to support us doing more of this thing that we love doing and would love to be able to do more of. Besides that, !donate in the chat will take you to the cause that we are currently supporting. In this case, it is the Trevor Project, which benefits LGBTQ youth in America. We, with our causes, try to emphasize groups that are negatively impacted generally, obviously, and especially those groups that have had it especially hard in COVID-19. LGBTQ youth definitely qualify for that. There's a lot of statistics on that, which the Trevor Project can provide you with. And as always, we encourage you to look in your local area for groups or charities or benefits that support these same groups and causes, because donations of time, effort, money, connections, resources will go much farther there than they do to national organizations. They have a huge impact. With that, I think I'm going to go ahead into the announcement portion of this, which is for our stream schedule. Coming up this next week, we have on Wednesday, Goats of Saltmarsh, where Helpful Goat plays the Ghosts of Saltmarsh. That will be at 9 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday. On Thursday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, there is Spire, which features Sam. Absolutely wonderful campaign, as why shouldn't pop idols kill people as performance art? It's cool. It's fun. I'm uncomfortable with the direction that this announcement is going, so I'm moving along.
It's your announcement.
I know! That's why I'm uncomfortable. 9 p.m. on Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern on Friday, we have Goats and Dragons, The Fates of Rin, in which the family institutes democracy? Hopefully not mob rule?
Who knows?
Might be a little both. But yeah, that should be a very good time. And then announcing next Saturday, a week from today, at 9 p.m. Eastern, we will also have a stream. We will be running a one-shot of a sort of playtest / early release of a new D&D adventure module, Lore of Ithera, which is being published by an independent game design company called Alchemy RPG. We got in contact with them. They were really interested in us playtesting it and just sort of looking through it, and also getting to do that. They're in the process of launching a Kickstarter for it. So we're really excited to get to work with them. They have both a really cool adventure module and a really cool platform for playing D&D and other role-playing games on. So we're looking forward to getting to have both of those. That will feature Andy DMing. Myself, Lena, and Adam will be playing in that, and we expect to have a good old time and probably get murdered, because we'll be going in as level 1 characters, and we're all much more used to being like level 14. Yeah. I'm probably going to end up playing a healer for the party, and then forgetting that I am not, Charity, whose powers are approaching nation altering on the healing front. So I'm like, oh wait, no, I mean, I can cure wounds once. That's it. We're out for the day, boys. But yeah, we are super looking forward to that. Please join us. We'll be streaming that right here, twitch.tv as normal, / helpful goat / it's fine. I prepared this all. I didn't at all. Kidding. But so you can join us. You can join us in the Discord. We'll have continuing updates about that. We'll have continuing links to that. We'll have some commands in chat for elements around that. And so yeah, that should be a fun special element of, again, more RPGs with Helpful Goat next week. But the focus for today is Tier, the balance. For which I am very lucky to be the DM. As I mentioned, I'm Galway. I'll be the DM tonight. I am the creator of the world of Tier. My pronouns are he, him, his. But given that I am the DM, this also means that I am in no way, shape, or form the star of this lovely venture. Those would be the wonderful people that you see around me on the screen in the cams. And I want to start intros by turning it over to someone who we're very, very, very happy to be getting to play with for the first time. Debbie.
Oh my god. Don't be nice to me. I'm British. I can't take it. Hello, everybody. My name is Debbie. Look what I did to Galway.
I'm drinking orange soda too, so like if I spit take that, like
that hurts.
That's not gonna be good.
Nostrils.
My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I will be today playing Barcy Iridian, who is a half-elf bard, and I'm super excited. Do you want me to pass to someone else, Galway? Because I can, point at Sam.
What do they look like?
Go ahead and do your character's appearance, just so we
Yeah.
have that while we're doing
Cool. So, half-elf, so imagine kind of slim, olive skin, but really kind of deliberately nondescript, sort of brown hair, hazel eyes, really practical, but nerdy. So always got a book, always like taking a note, and liable to spew some kind of fact at you at a moment's notice.
I love it.
Sam.
Hi, everyone. I am Sam. I go by he, him, his pronouns. And today, I'm playing Rox, the Dragonborn Warlock. And he is, as most Dragonborn are, kind of large and hulking. And he's got kind of a pale brown skin to him. Or I guess leather, hide, scaly kind of skin, as most Dragonborn do. And he has like a big kind of sash. And he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, as most warlocks are wont to do. And I'm excited to get to dive into a bunch of those. I am going to pass that way to Andy.
Hey everyone, I'm Andy. I go by he, him, his. I am playing Dovin Ivad, who also goes by he, him, his. Dovin is a minotaur who has coarse, kind of brown fur, a big nose ring in his nostrils, and he's got little chains that attach from earrings to corks on the ends of his horn. And then other than that, he's just beefy, big, and is constantly whittling. And that is Dovin. So let's go to Chris.
Hey everyone. Chris, she, her, hers. I am playing Nori, a half-orc barbarian who is also she, her, hers. I have to, for some reason, I'm stuck in Moontree, so I am not a tabaxi.
I'm a cat.
I am not a cat. I'm not a cat.
There we go. We did it. We did the internet thing.
Orc. We did. So Nori is half orc and she's big. I'm 5'2" in real life. So to me, big is 5'10". So that's where I put her. She is in like just some really warm traveling clothes, but you kind of can hear maybe some chainmail underneath. She is covered in a cloak, but you occasionally can get glimpses of her arms, and her skin is a grayish green. And what you see is there are scars pretty much all over the arms that you can see. She has brown hair that's braided into a mohawk. And so it's kind of undercut, but the hair just is in this nice mohawky braid. Think Lara Croft with that braid. She does have a scar. It's very noticeable. And she does try and kind of keep the cloak pulled down, but you do see that it's a prominent scar that goes from her left cheek straight up across and then stops right above her right eyebrow. She is very quiet. And she just is kind of wanting to just get this done and move on.
Excellent. Before we get started and before we drop into description, one other thing I wanted to say for people following along in the chat. Obviously, we do a lot of campaigns in tier, including a lot of one-shots. And all of them are designed to have different facets of the world, show different things, reveal different points through foreshadowing and adding context later. To position this, I was trying to make a timeline graphic, but I ran out of time. This one is set in 1522 AC. This is the earliest one-shot that we've had on the calendar. In 1578 is the previous earliest one, which is the Library of Souls. So this is about 56 years, it's about 56 years. It's in fact 56 years before that. The Moontree Isle. I'm not dealing with the whole last couple of sessions of Moontree Isle, and I'm still not trying to spoil that, but generally Moontree Isle occurs starting in 1647. So over a century later. And then the events of the first tier campaign, Beyond the Doors, in fact, occur last in the timeline so far in 1650. So we're well before most of that. And to set the scene just a little bit,
Before we get into that, I do have Chelsea's poem ready.
Oh God, thank you.
Yeah.
that.
I'll go ahead
Do
and
the
read
thing.
it because I have it up here. All right. Back-to-back tier. Crazy. I know, right? Back-to-back tier. I couldn't ask for more. But wait till you tell me this one shot is filled with more mind-blowing lore. Okay. The world is a marvel, and each new piece adds endless intrigue to the story. So many memorable characters and phenomenal narratives in all their glory. Biggest excite for Debbie in her HG debut. Much love to your crew. I can see and hear you. Yay!
Thank you, Chelsea. It's awesome.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Thank you, Chelsea.
I'm just realizing I should call up probably a quick map that I didn't put in. Cool, thanks, Roll20. It's like, no, I don't want to upload that file. It's too big.
20's being a jerk, so.
Yeah, no. As a note, if there's any technical difficulties today, it seems like they're going to come from Roll20, which is a refreshing change for us. Looking at you, Slobs and Craig, die on me. Because all through yesterday's tier Moontree Isle and continuing today, Roll20 just keeps kicking Chris. So if there's any slight delays of trying to figure out, hey, Chris, push the button, Chris doesn't have the button, etc., it's going to be coming from Roll20, kind of being a jerk about it. So for the setting of this, in 1522, in the far north of Frostheim, which I will try to get you map context for in a minute. I don't know why I didn't upload it earlier, and now Roll20 is just like, what's a file upload? In the far north of Frostheim, a sort of lone frontiers person, Nori, in fact, finds something very odd. A crack in a rock face, cliff face, that leads to something very peculiar. She, though very strong and very capable, not particularly inclined to fuck with that much weird. But shortly afterwards, in her area of normally essentially uninhabited, frozen, not quite tundra, but close, carts of people begin appearing. They are members of the Convocation Arcanum, and they have heard a little bit. They say that they had some sense, some divination, that there was something odd in the area. And Nori provides them with information that, yes, there is indeed something odd in the area. While they are a strong organization and a large one, they don't necessarily specialize in examining new areas, and so they put out a call to those who might have specialized knowledge on that front. And our fine adventurers are among those who answered the call. Also, Nori is going along with them because she just wants everyone to get the hell out of her tundra. Let me just drag the players over to... Pardon the map being weirdly stretched. Let me change people to this. So we're up in the very far north, Frostheim. This is way the fuck away from anything. You, over the last several days, as you all have sort of rolled in, as Rox and Dovin and Barcy have been coming in, you sort of get to the far northern towns in Frostheim, and then you go a couple of hours further to get to the Convocation camp. And then the site is going to be another few hours still north. In the camp, you all have been greeted by, it seems like the detachment here are mostly the faction of the Convocation Arcanum known as commoners. They're very suspicious of magic. They view it as responsible for the cataclysm that nearly destroyed Tyr in the past. They view it as polluting and a thing that may well bring about another cataclysm. There are rumblings among them that magic is becoming more common, and they're very displeased by that. This has made things slightly interesting for Rox and Barcy in the camp, as they are surrounded by people who are not at all fond of their abilities. Along with you and journeying with you to investigate this as a representative of the Convocation is a human man called Chasson. Chasn for the chat. Chasson Rilub. And he is a member of the Convocation, and while he doesn't necessarily embrace your magics, he does encourage everyone to just chill the hell out and get along. There's a job to do. These are people who are here to help us do the job. None of you can do the job, so maybe just knock it off. You spend a couple days in camp waiting for people to get provisioned, things to sort of be finalized, etc. And eventually you are given sort of your mission. Nori, upon going sort of through this cleft in the rock, saw a very strange location. Warm, lush, and entirely contained underneath the dome of rock. And in the distance, she saw a structure. It is principally this structure that the Convocation wants you to investigate. They want you to get in, get to it, determine what it is, determine if it's a threat, determine if there's anything dangerous there. If possible, if you think there is something dangerous there, stop it from being a danger. But if not, you are not being sent in as a military force. You're being sent in to sort of scout and explore, so they will understand that, they're not expecting you to fight an army. You are not a token throwaway. You have all been contracted to work for them. Chasson is also there to provide you any guidance or connections that he can. Is a capable fighter. So we will begin our story. We will begin our role play with you all in a carriage, heading out from the camp, making your way to the site. It is cold. It is absolutely freezing cold. Snowy wind is blowing. Even inside the carriage, most of you are on the edge of shivering. This is not pleasant. You've been going for... You've probably been going for about an hour and a half. You probably have about another hour. And what would you all be doing? Chasson is sort of flipping through reports, but would probably be happy to talk if anyone is interested in talking to him. And you're all in just a very spacious... It is a very, very spacious carriage. It is not very spacious because currently Dovin is in it, which is sort of taking up the space of about 2.5 humans. But what would everyone like to do?
First things first, is Dovin technically, like, what size?
Medium.
Still medium. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about the rest of the party, but where I'm presently residing, it's balmy. I've got a nice couch. Temperatures, perfectly acclimated to my skin. It's amazing. I'm just kind of chilling, unlike my party members.
We are literally chilling.
Yeah.
We are being chilled.
Who's driving the carriage?
Convocation. member, someone who's not going on the expedition, but
Rando.
Yep.
Cool. Dovin's probably out there with them, all bundled up, just kind of whittling a little bit on the front of the carriage.
Okay.
How are you sitting in the front? I'm just trying to wrap my mind around how we're all positioned.
So he's outside the carriage, seated
Yeah.
up with the driver, who is now kind of leaning partially off in order to like make room for the Minotaur. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Though he does seem also very happy because you're quite large and warm and do provide a wind sort of shield for
Nice, yeah.
the sort of snowy, icy wind that's blowing from that side. So he's kind of okay with it. It's just he is also a little bit nervous about falling off the carriage.
So in the carriage is Barcy and Nori
And a bottle.
And a bottle.
And
Yeah.
a bottle of brandy.
And Chasen?
And yeah, and Jason.
Chasen's looking at some reports. Barcy would be kind of observing and probably asking questions. So she, would turn to Nori and be like, so what did you find? When did you find it? Can you give me the quick rundown? Like, I know you've told us before, but it would really help just to have it one more time so it's really fresh in my mind before we go in.
Nori will look at Barcy, sit back, and pull her hood up further and just...
Okay. 2. Did you know that, if we were outside right now, and we didn't have proper clothes, and we didn't have, our nice warm cloaks and our nice warm boots, we would freeze to death in, 5 minutes. Isn't it nice not to be outside?
Yeah, it's pretty nice not being outside. You see me just kind of poking my head out of my little bottle. Hey, anyone got any idea? Are we there yet? Are we getting close? How much longer?
It should be approximately an hour, I believe.
A whole okay. Y'all have fun. And then I'm going back inside my bottle.
He's a bit of an odd one.
I am just kind of scanning next to the bottle to see if there's a cork or a stopper that I can put in it.
It is already stoppered.
So it's like part of you just pop it out and you're like, hey guys, and then you pop it back in. Okay. All right, well then.
Now Nori's looking around for glue.
Or a rope.
Yeah. You're whittling up front, Dovin. The driver will sort of occasionally sort of glance over. Are you wearing gloves against the cold?
Yeah.
I know. So he looks over and he's very sort of impressed and you quite skilled at that, considering the gloves and the carriage and the absolute freezing cold.
Sort of
They sent me the chatty one. Yeah. And inside, Nori is continuing to just sort of glare daggers at the bottle. The bottle is continuing to be a bottle. Jason is sort of continuing to read reports. He sort of is going through, and Barcy, I imagine at this point you're probably looking at him since he's the most entertaining thing in the carriage at the moment. You'll sort of see him read through things, usually sometimes jot a couple of quick notes on it and then place it to one side or the other. He kind of has piles on either side of him. You haven't been able to see most of them or read them deeply, but you would say that it seems like He is some level of leadership in this. Like, he seems to have like reports on this is what this group is doing. Some of the time you can tell he's sort of approving things and like, yeah, okay, moving it along. So it is interesting to you that they're sending someone with a certain amount of pull to go with you into whatever this is. Nori has not shared very much about this. Chasen himself has not been there. He's shared the reports of, again, like, it's a very, it seems warm, it seems like sort of lushly vegetated. This doesn't seem right. Kind of why the Convocation is interested in this. There is a structure there. But yeah. And so if no one else wants to do anything or wants to add anything in, though if you do, feel free.
With Chasen's report, like, can I see if I can read any of them like upside down? Because I'm guessing that I'm opposite and sort of trying to have a little snoop.
Sure. Give me a perception check for that. And Sam, I saw you want to do something. We'll get to that.
This is exciting. Perception.
First roll of the game.
Yes. Oh, not bad.
14. So what, you're just sort of trying to see the reports and sort of the contents of them, etc.?
Nothing. Like, if I can work out, anything about what his role is, or anything more that may not have been shared with us. Thanks.
Interesting. Yeah, with that 14, you're able to see. It's hard for you to get a lot of detail because he's tending to move through these very quickly, but you are able to distinguish between, there's two sort of general types of reports. One of them are sort of just news bulletins to him. It seems like he's catching up on updates and things. The other are ones that require that he actually seems to sign off on. So either he's approving them or he's officially noting that, yes, he has seen these, etc. A lot of the ones that he is officially signing, so probably he's more involved, have to do with, you see in a couple of places, the movement of Convocation forces to combat threats. So it seems like he is more involved on the military side of the Convocation. He is less probably a magical researcher, which, there's many Convocation sages are such. He is probably not a frontliner. He seems to be very involved in that. A couple of his reports seem to indicate growing concern from the Thorian branch of the Convocation, that the sort of elite of Thorian are getting more aggressive towards Greenwoods. And they're kind of, they're not going to intercede. This does not fall within their scope of stopping it. This is not within the compact of the Convocation within Thorian. But this is a thing to be aware of, that there may be some trouble brewing there. So yeah, you would get the sense that he seems like he is a little bit more military / containing magical incidents than he is studying them. And rocks.
Yes, so as we get to like the 15 minutes away kind of mark, I'll begin going through my wardrobe and finding like my nice plush blue fur coat, putting that on, getting the rest of my archaeology accoutrements, and I'll poke my head out of the bottle And actually, no. I'll go ahead and just completely remove myself from the bottle. Chesson, are we the first kind of group of explorers that are checking this place out, or have there been others previous?
We only sent people into the very entrance of things. It's weird, and honestly, you've seen the sort of people who were mostly in that camp. It wasn't like I really wanted to leave it in their hands to determine what happened to anything.
Naturally, but there does seem to be a clear kind of, this is the way in kind of deal.
Oh, yes, quite. Nori is the
Okay.
one who found it. There's a brief passage through rock. It may not be the most comfortable for... He's going to sort of point over his shoulder at where Dovin is out front. Perhaps need to get him to hunker down a little, but yeah, there's a way in. It's quite clear, and it's the sort of the process of getting to the structure that we saw within there that we're not as sure about.
This is good news. I'm just concerned that the average folk might have gone in and messed some stuff up, and you don't want that when you're dealing with, old, really ancient artifacts and such. You don't want
Exactly.
Don't want that.
Exactly. That is exactly why I advocated for calling in people with more specialized knowledge.
This is very wise of you, Chesson. Very wise.
I appreciate it. Up front, Dovin, you're gonna see a huge sort of rock wall that sort of is jutting up, and is quite large. It is a pretty sheer cliff. In more modern terms, it looks like there's very much like a tectonic shelf here. It's going up quite smoothly, several stories at a minimum. 50, 60, 70 feet, something like that. And then sort of the landscape continues on from there.
As we're approaching that, yeah, he seems to kind of get done whittling, and he holds up his little figurine and looks at it, and then breaks it and just throws the pieces off. He'll slap the side of the carriage a few times to kind of let everyone know that we're coming up on it.
I thought that one looked nice, but yeah, real chatty. We're here, whatever that means. And yeah, as you descend, you see these sort of cliffs that jut up out of the ground. The rock and ice is a nearly sheer edge, and like as you're now very close to it, you're sort of right up against this. You are needing to look back, like you are needing to crane your neck in order to sort of get the sky over that. There are several tents and a sort of roaring huge bonfire in an attempt to keep warm, but that really marks the extent of any settled presence. You see a handful of Convocation sort of guards, and just past that, sort of over the fire and just past this camp, you can see the crack in the rock. It's sort of frosted at the edges by ice, but there's just an inky black against the gray of the stone. And yeah, from what you are told, that crack leads inside to a site, a structure, a thing interesting enough for the Convocation to send for each of you. The wind picks up and you shiver slightly because of the wind.
Hey, Nori, was it? Right? I think that was a head nod, so I'm just gonna keep talking. What was it you was doing out here when you found this crack in the cliff?
Nori will just tilt her head. Living. Let's get this over with. Then I'll walk.
Fair enough.
Yeah, if you all are begin walking towards the crack, Chasen is going to sort of quickly check in with the guards and sort of adjust gear adjust, like he has a great sword slung over his back and sort of well, onward, I suppose.
Yeah, get the pack situated, make sure the corks and the horns are still there. I'll take up front.
So you and Nori are going through. You make your way, and very quickly you're going into this sort of crack in sheer rock. From the very beginning, both Dovin and Nori are being sort of pressed very tightly. Pretty quickly, both of you actually have to sort of take your packs off and turn sideways in order to sort of keep making it through, because like you've been progressively dipping your shoulders, and it's not that everyone else is able to sort of make it through by, you know, twisting, turning. Barcy and Rox are both fine, but as sort of broad as both of you are, it's a bit more difficult. Chasen similarly is having a bit of issue. He's heavily armored, so he kind of will sling his pack off, hold it in front of him, move through sideways. He especially does this after the last few, like, ding, 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 you hear as his armor hits the rocks. It is hard to tell how long this passage takes. It's almost featureless. It is very confined. The wind that before had been, you know, wind, is now almost just a faint, eerie whistling where it's hitting the opening of this on the other side of you. So as the wind will gust, you'll just occasionally get this sort of echoing its way down. It's very hard to tell how long it takes you to get in there. But you make it through. And you stop. And even Nori, who you've seen this before, you still stop and look at this. Lush vegetation is just absolutely filling the landscape. The air is warm. It feels like it might rain soon. You see light coming in through sort of cracks and fissures in the top of the rock, and you see it seeming to be gathered and amplified by crystals that seem to line the dome of this rock. You can hear birds calling, you can see water pooling on the ground, and absolutely none of this makes sense with what is on the other side of the passage. This is bizarre. And then in the distance, you can see a stone structure rising above the level of the trees. Parts of it glisten and gleam as though they themselves are made of the same crystal that forms part of the rock ceiling. And you can see it looks like a plateau, like a flat, sort of squared structure, with then a cylindrical tower rising from the middle of it. And yeah, as you look around, it does appear that there are sort of two main paths that you could take. You appear to be able, there's a small stream that's kind of off to your left hand, and that keeps it clearer of trees. But you do think it might sort of wend and move a little bit. Or you could try to follow a more direct line straight through what is essentially a jungle to the building.
Before we make any sort of headway into this, like either of these paths, I would like to learn from Galway whatever my historical knowledge would bequeath unto me. For those of us at home, historical knowledge: when I enter a ruin or dungeon, You can correctly ascertain its original purpose, determine its builders, whether those were dwarves, elves, humans, Yuan-Ti, or some other known race. In addition, I can determine the monetary value of art objects, or art objects more than a century old.
I'm gonna say that you're gonna be fine to use that, but I'll also say that you have not entered the ruin or the dungeon yet.
Okay, I thought like this space was
This space seems
ruinous.
natural. It doesn't.
Okay.
So I would say, let me put it this way. I'll give you also the advantage of this kind of firing off. This doesn't look like it was made. This looks like this is weird, but natural. That building, that is a building. There are no two ways about that is a building. So when you get in that, you think you'll be able to maybe figure some of this out.
Okay.
Can I suggest, before we go any further, this is weird. This is warm. This shouldn't be warm, right? It was cold
I'm not
before.
complaining.
No, it's lovely. But my understanding of climates and zones and weather patterns, this is not expected. Would it be worthwhile that we investigate this a little bit? I'm just saying, perhaps there's something that we could do if we can take a little minute here. Barcy's going to suggest, because she can ritual cast detect magic, to have a little snoop around and see if there's anything magic-y.
Dovid will just kind of then plop on the ground and bring out another cleaner piece of wood and just start carving while you're doing your nonsense.
We have walked out of the cavern and we're in the lush land right now, right?
Yes, which is
Okay.
technically a cavern. There is a rock ceiling well above you. You think that sort of the crack in the rock that you went, and Nori, I would say you have a good sense of this. You're pretty attuned to things. You must have been sloping very gently down. Like you're pretty sure that you must have dropped a bit lower than you were outside for ground level.
Okay.
Otherwise, the amount of space that you sort of have to rock ceiling would make sense.
Okay, then Nori, while Barcy has suggested to do something wonky, Nori is wanting
Some
to
nonsense.
just kind of look around, maybe check out the beginnings of both paths to see which would
Sure.
be the best way to take.
So you could give me a perception check for just the general looking around, and you could give me probably a survival check if you wanted to try to determine the pros and cons of either route.
Okay, I'll try survival.
12. So pros and cons, the river path is going to be a bit clearer in the pros. Like there's it's not a big river or anything, it's sort of a stream, but it gives you some break from the trees. And you would also suspect that it will be easier to maintain continuous eye line on the structure itself. Like you're not going to have to be looking through trees as much. The disadvantage is you can kind of see as you walk down to it and look a little bit, it does sort of wend its way through, so you will probably have to cover more ground. That makes sense. Looking through the trees, it seems like this is not the hardest ground in the world. And you can, from where you are now, be like that way and go straight to the thing. You think that would be faster. You will lose sight of it probably from time to time because you'll go under canopy and it'll be a bit probably harder going, but it does have the potential to be faster and more direct.
Okay.
I'll take kind of a small rock next to me and just kind of throw it at Nori. Try to get their attention.
Ugh.
I'll just
What?
point over at the stream side path. Then go back to Whittly.
Go away. I have a question. What
Yeah, go.
what specific advantage does having navigator's tools present to me?
Navigator's tools are usually for long distance journeys. Like it gives you, I would say it would give you a benefit to the survival checks you need to navigate. Is that, I'm trying to remember what they describe them as including.
Is there anything? Nope, I can't click on stuff.
Double checking. So navigator's tools are primarily used for navigation at sea. Lets you chart a ship's course and follow navigation charts. Add your proficiency bonus to any ability check you make to avoid getting lost at sea.
Totally useful.
Because I was gonna say, I don't think what they mean there is like a compass. It's more like an astrolabe and things like that, so that you could chart stellar courses more than anything else and be able to follow big, long, like, hey, we're trying to go from Frosthaim to Tethvarel. Let's not end up on the wrong side of the damn world.
Yeah. This hemisphere, that hemisphere, you know, it gets confusing sometimes. Cool. All right.
I was also just gonna say, I enjoy the fact that like our two non-magical characters are incredibly taciturn and just sort of like
I love it so.
Like, and I also feel like Chasen is just sort of like, okay, yep.
So
So pleased with the
Jason,
hiring
has anyone been this far yet? Has anyone gone actually to the...
This far, no further. We determined that you could get to here. We did not want to make camp inside here because this is weird, right? Like this is weird. So I advocated for setting up camps just here and outside. My colleagues told me in no certain terms what I could do with that suggestion.
I understand. Seems like our rather large friend has a particular way he wants to go. If he wants to go that way and wants to be the leader, by all means, just don't break anything.
Assuming whilst all this is going on, Barcy's managed to, or is managing to, cast Detect Magic.
Absolutely.
Do you want me to click it?
Yeah. Are you... I forget, is Detect Magic a ritual, and are you casting as a ritual?
So, in my little spells bit, I have a little box with an R.
That means ritual, and bards can ritual cast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've actually never played a bard, despite the fact I usually play high charisma characters, so...
I think I ever took the time to do a ritual.
Yeah, so it takes one action if you're casting as a ritual, 10 minutes more. So yeah, while basically they've been horking rocks at each other's heads and sort of thinking about it / whittling, you managed to get Detect Magic up. You sense the magic within 30 feet of you. Okay.
And it lasts, I think, if we walked with it, it'll follow.
10 minutes. So where you are right now, you don't see anything magical, and like, I like to assume that, you know, the players want their characters to act like competent, relatively sane individuals at times. Like, you walk around a little bit, like you get a little bit closer, you know where the range sort of is of, I can't, you know, that's 40 feet away from me. The spell won't do anything, so you'll walk a little bit closer. The trees don't appear to be magical. You don't go into the tree line, but you just sort of, the trees themselves are not magical. The ceiling is much too far away. As you turn sort of back towards the entrance, you can see one of these crystals that seems to sort of be gathering light and then amplifying it. It is magical. It is this sort of brilliant white that it seems like the crystal itself is also that, not just the fact that it's emitting light makes it look like that. And it seems like it is magical, not of a school or anything else. It is just magical.
Cool.
Pick up
Are you
my
pointing
pack.
that out to us?
I think Barcy would, certainly put a note in her notebook and say something like, interesting, interesting. And if you asked her what was interesting, she would tell you.
What was Barcy being vocal about saying interesting, or was it just kind of interesting?
I hope so.
No, I think it would be quite loud because she's a little bit surprised. Goy, correct me if I'm wrong, but normally magic has a school. It's not just, oh, it's magic.
Yes. So this is normally to see, like, if you saw enchanted items or other things like that, you would have seen a school of magic. You would see a type of magic. This is a bit more unusual.
All right, Bossy. What's so interesting? Huh?
Well, that crystal over there is it's magical. And I can see that, but it doesn't have a specific school of magic. You know about schools of magic. It's just magic. Very magic. So let's continue. That's weird, but maybe more weird, better weird.
How many of these crystals are there?
They are like lining the ceiling of this cavern.
So it's like we're in a geode or something.
Almost, yeah. And like that's where there seems to be a bit of light coming through from like maybe a couple of small cracks or like fissures, and it seems like the crystals themselves gather light and then amplify it. So the fact that it is bright light in here is mostly due to the crystals, not massive amounts of opening to the outside world.
Yeah, they do seem to be taking in and like magnifying the light that's coming in here. Very interesting. You're right. Okay, you're right. It is interesting.
Thought so. I'm so glad we agree.
If you two are done with whatever that is,
Being interested? No, I'm never done. But let's carry on.
this path is the way we should go. And I'll point towards the river path.
Dovin nods and will start walking and try to kind of get in front of you a little bit, Nori, to be the leader.
As we are making our way towards the entrance of said ruins, or I would like to use one of my spells, detect evil and good.
I was gonna say, bold of you as a warlock.
It lasts 10 minutes, and
okay, so I will say before you do that, you would suspect you are probably an hour from the structure.
oh, then absolutely not. I'm casting that as like we're approaching.
Okay.
Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure. I was
apologies.
like, I thought that from the way that sort of Debbie and like was going for this was Barcy was like, new area, let's see if there's a lot of magic around. So I thought that that was okay. You weren't like trying to wait for the structure plus it's a ritual. Yeah, but given that you have 2 spell slots, you're not going to be hitting the structure with that spell still up.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely waiting until we're closer. My apologies.
Nope, no worries. So you all begin heading down the stream path.
Dovin first.
Is there any more magic anything for the next 10 minutes?
No, not really. The plant life doesn't appear to be magical. You do see a couple of times like small birds. They also do not appear magical. You, with sort of your training and background knowledge in research, like this definitely seems like it's its own ecosystem. There is animal life here that you haven't particularly heard of before, though I don't necessarily think that like ornithology is your particular specialization, but like you can look at that and go, that thing would die as soon as it exited this area. Like as soon as it was out of this cavern, it would freeze to death. This is not a like northern Arctic bird. The plant life is all much more suited to warm, wet climates. So you can tell that much. You occasionally have seen like a couple like little shards of the crystals. Those are still magical. Less magic than
Can
the
I
large one. Yes.
If there's like a loose shard knocking around?
Yeah. There's like a couple of shards. There's sort of like the, an index finger to the knuckle sort of sized crystal.
Pocket that.
So you can say that, you have one sort of white magic crystal.
And would these crystals contain any sort of historical significance in my vast sums of knowledge?
Give me a history check.
You betcha. Bitchin'!
Shit.
First crit
Wow.
success!
That is a crit hit for a 22. You
Galway's gonna vomit out all of Tyr's history now.
Yeah, it makes up
Right.
it makes up slightly for the fact that I rolled, minimum hit points.
HP.
He's a level 3 character with 17 HP.
God,
I'm pretty sure a
fucking-
skeleton can one-shot him.
There are fucking ancient pieces of paper that have more vitality than me.
I was gonna say, wait, does you or your bottle have more HP?
It's me. It's me.
I'm just like picturing like Rock's battle mode disappears in the bottle. Bye, everybody. You have heard not particularly of crystals, but you have heard of objects that are containers of magical energy. And that would seem to align with what Barcy said of this isn't magic, it's just magical. Or actually almost put that the other way. This isn't magical, it's magic. It has magic energy in it. It contains mana, is the way that would be referred to. And you haven't heard of it in crystals before, but you know that it can happen. You also, as a sort of a researcher and an archaeologist, know that blight is often found near sources like this. You're muted in case you're trying to say anything, because I can't. Your hand's over your mouth, so I can't see if you're trying to say something.
Yeah. All right. So, Bossy, I think we're gonna want to be a little bit careful around all these crystals, cause I've heard of, seen stuff like this before, and a lot of times sources that just contain magic or are magic, like these crystals, they can kind of be, places where corruption and the blight like to congregate, and there seems to be a lot of them, and I think we're just gonna want to keep our eyes peeled.
Sybil?
Yeah.
Relation, of course, does not equal causation, but I understand the warning.
This is most correct, but doesn't hurt to be extra cautious.
Dovin, like walking fast, or are you just kind of meandering in front of everyone?
Meandering, yeah, if no one's really pushing me. Meandering. I'm actually kind of
Nori
looking-
will be if you are
wow.
walking too slow. So that's where I was
Okay.
wondering how fast you were walking.
Yeah, if Nori's getting like kind of right up on him, he'll start walking a little faster. He seemed to be looking at kind of the birds around mostly, but
Okay,
but
so-
now he's a little bit more focused.
So I do have to ask, is this enough that eventually the two of you are like pushing into moving at a fast pace?
I would be, yeah.
Okay.
Nori wants to get to the structure so that they can do what they got to do, so that everybody can leave, and Nori can get back to what she wants to do. So the
Okay.
quicker Nori moves, the quicker this happens.
So at this point then, for Barcy and Rox, the two that are sort of doing the trailblazing have essentially broken into a light jog. And you see them like repeatedly being like, and so like they're just sort of still accelerating to, you know, they're moving into pretty much a full-on jog. Are you going to try to keep pace with them, or are you going to continue moving at a normal pace?
How far in front of us are they?
And they probably haven't opened up much ground at the moment, maybe about 60 feet.
Hey, don't go inside until we get there. Always a party.
That's all I really care about to say.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't think Barcy is necessarily the running kind. It's hard to run and write in a notebook. Right?
And Chasen, while he looks a little uncomfortable with this, is going to stay with you all. He is a much more sort of heavily armored, has a great sword. So he's like, okay, if the two big ones are going to run up there, I will stay back here. Really need to go over contracting procedures.
As the other party is kind of jogging ahead, you're gonna see Rox take his bottle and uncork it and then tip it upside down. But instead of brandy coming out, you see a pole start to extend from the bottle. In fact, it is a 10-foot long pole. And I'm just going to be holding on to that and kind of using it as a walking stick. Putting it in the ground in front of me just to, kind of make sure I'm not slipping into, random pitfall or whatever.
Essentially got a Mary Poppins bag.
Yep.
Some.
For the stream, inside of my little bottle is a room that is 20 feet by 20 feet by 20 feet.
It's a TARDIS.
So, okay. Dovin and Nori, as you are sort of doing this, like, now fucking high school kids, like, trying to sort of race each other along a track, go ahead and each of you give me a perception check with disadvantage.
Oi.
That'd be a 9 and a 6.
Yep.
Could be worse.
So you've made it sort of, you're running along the riverbank. This is all very, like I said, it's very pleasant. This does feel easier to both of you, especially as you're engaged in this kind of little walk race. This would be much harder to do if you were trying to clear trees, etc. Both of you, I would also say, are probably responsible enough that somewhere in the back of your mind, you also feel much better about the fact that even though you've sort of lost sight of your party behind you, if they just keep following the river, they're going to get to you. I will allow you all to determine, especially if it doesn't, has Dovin maintained his lead? Is he just staying like just in front, or are you sort of side by side at this point?
Yeah, how much did you try to overtake him?
So to Nori is starting to kind of get the idea that this is where Nori is just wanting to go and get there and get back. It seems to her that this is more of a competition for Dovin. So and that's not her motive. So I probably would maybe a half a step behind Dovin, but if he starts to slow down again, then I would speed up. It almost seems
So basically,
like
you're just
my
trying to make
speeding
him stay at the pace that you like.
Yes,
You
I'm
don't
giving
really
him
care who's in
incentive to
front.
keep moving. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To me, that sounds like I'm in the lead.
It sure does. I'm sure that will be a good thing for you.
Oh yeah.
Walking along at a slightly more sedate pace, are the three of you back down here. So you're about, I think, like 75, 80 feet. Dovin, you're just like I'm literally picturing you like a mall walker at this point, of like just like getting the arm pump, but like not actually running yet. And as you're doing that, you hear a noise next to you. And you turn just in time to notice that the log next to you is not a log. It is a crocodile. I think a nat 20 hits you.
Cool.
Oh.
Oh, right. I'm not the DM on that screen.
Yikes.
So that'll be 12 piercing damage, and you are grappled.
I was really excited to see that nat 20 until I saw who rolled it.
Yeah.
So, Dovin, to your right, you see a log suddenly like open its mouth and just bite the hell out of you. Nori, you trailing behind see a log open its mouth and bite the hell out of Dovin just in front of you. Everyone from behind, like in the sort of the back half of the party, hears and crunching of a massive creature moving. And let us roll some initiative. So remember, click on your token, then click initiative in your character sheet.
I like this little one. Well, makes sense. 15. They're in its mouth.
And sorry, Nori, could you roll again? I didn't have the thing open yet. And rocks. Get Jason in there. Cool. Rocks, you are first.
So I heard a
And as you sort of look forward, you can now see a massive crocodile moving towards the river with Dovin pretty firmly in its jaws.
We're at a river.
All right, I'm gonna use my movement to put me. Yeah, I can go up there. Yeah, and hey, log, chomp on somebody else, and I'm gonna cast a cantrip, Mind Silver. I feel like a 22 is gonna fucking hit.
Yes, except it's a
Wait,
that's a
wait.
that's a saving throw.
Why did it roll when I clicked on it?
I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a saving throw one.
Why did it roll? I don't know why it rolled.
On the other hand, crocodiles not famous for their intelligence.
Yeah, the target must succeed on intelligence. That probably won't succeed. Oh,
That's
they
his
have-
-4.
Yeah, he has to take 1d6 psychic damage, and it subtracts 1d4 from whatever saving throw it has to make before my next turn.
Cool. Go ahead and roll me the d6. Very nice. All right. Dovin, you are grappled, though not restrained. You can use an action to try to escape using athletics or acrobatics.
All right. Let's start with that. Let's start with an action. Athletics, you say?
Athletics or acrobatics?
9.
Nope. You are
Okay.
firmly chomped.
And then bonus action. I would like to manifest echo.
Oh.
So everyone else sees a minotaur appear, translucent and gray and a bit see-through, on the other side of the crocodile, standing on the banks. It looks exactly like Dovin, except it has kind of like braided, longer hair, and that's the only difference. And then I'll go, "Arr!" and that's my turn.
Good. Failed escape attempt. Summon an illusory duplicate of yourself and grunt. Checks out.
I like-
You are now in the water. And you getting bit. As a crocodile do. Fumble doesn't
Yes.
hit you though. Give me a quick perception check with disadvantage.
Me? In
Yeah.
the... Okay.
Because you got one eye underwater.
I have everything under one.
I think he's more concerned as to why he's making a perception check.
5.
5.
Advantage.
That crocodigator sure is giving you a chomp.
Yep.
Cheston's like, oh, damn. And he'll get to here. And he used his action to dash, so that was all he could do. Nori.
How big is this log?
It's about 10 feet long. It's a big old crocodile. Big old crocodigator.
Okay. I will look at Dovin. Do you need help?
As I'm being like crushed under the water and splashing, you just hear my eyes are just.
Had to have the lead. So I will throw a javelin at the log.
Okay. Pretty sure 17 hits, but I'll just double check real quick. Sure does.
Seven
7. Cool.
damage. Right, perfect. Can I still move?
Yeah,
I didn't
absolutely.
move first. Okay. I was too busy mocking Dovin. So I will move kind of over here. where I guess where we first saw the log.
I like that we're still calling it a log.
Right?
What else could it be? Logs have teeth, right?
Okay, and then I'm done. I guess it's my turn because I can only attack once. I'm not a fighter.
Oh yeah, battle music. Hadn't loaded any in.
It's not a big deal if you.
Barcy.
Save us.
Okay, I'm gonna move to there. I don't really want to get that close to this log. Now, am I allowed to have a look around for other possible toothy logs?
So yeah, you can either you could use like an action to make a perception check, or I'll let you make one as a free. It'll just be a little bit higher DC.
Yeah, because I just don't want to go walking into another log that might bite me. So yeah, can I do it as a free action? Because then I want to
Absolutely.
Kill this thing. So perception.
Yep.
Cool. Nope, no logs here.
You do not see any logs.
At 8. Thanks. Dice. Okay. So with that, I will look at the toothy log, and I'll the first time you've heard Barcy kind of raise her voice, she's like, "Hey, stupid toothy log, you look stupid!" And she casts vicious mockery at it.
Oh, a wisdom saving throw. How wise is it?
And it's got some -4 thing from Rox's minus a d4.
Yes, it does.
Ooh. Perfect.
-4 coming in. Yeah, it's minus D4.
Yep. So, it fails,
Nice.
and it would have made it
Ooh.
otherwise.
Yeah. Whew. Clutch.
How do I roll my damage?
You click the. Just go ahead and roll a d4, because this one wasn't rolling it as an attack.
Oh,
Should have
nice.
checked all the spell.
Nice.
And it has disadvantage on its next attack.
It's gonna come in handy.
Come.
So,
Why is Galway rolling?
Yeah.
Dovin, as you're sort of like almost halfway in this thing's, mouth, like it sort of got your legs and then started pulling you into the water. And so you're sort of able to curl yourself up so that your head is not underwater. You feel something bump against your back. Then you feel another thing bump against your back. And then you feel a lot of things biting your back.
Oh, piranha.
KK, yeah.
Logs.
Sorry, wasn't on that. Just want to make sure. Wait,
are you aware that the battle map is not on Twitch?
all right, my bad. Does a 15 hit you?
It does not.
Very good. They are technically in your space. I'm just not layering them there because then everything goes to hell. Dovin.
Whew. All right. If I might have a bit of flair, go away. If you permit such a thing, I'd like my illusory Dovin to pull out their sword and just kind of jump at this crocodile, come down toward it. As it's doing that, I switch places with it.
Nice.
So I am now coming down with my sword, and the illusory one is in its mouth. if that's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna also put an icon on the illusory one.
Yes.
I was suddenly realizing, I'm like, I was like, that's gonna get real confusing.
Gonna get
quick
confusing.
otherwise.
Yep. So long sword attack, one-handed. I got my shield out. Nice.
That'll hit.
That's fantastic.
That's a crit hit for 9 damage.
Paint me a word picture of how you kill this croc.
Nice. So, yeah. So my illusory one, it just leaps up in the air and it starts to bring its sword down, and I switch places, pop into existence, and I land on its back and just stab straight down into it, and then like wipe off the blade and get out of the water. And I'll have my, if it's free, I'll have my duplicate move out of the water as well.
As you have it move out, just because I don't think the duplicate doesn't have massive duration or anything, right?
Massive duration?
Like, it's not like it lasts for hours and you can only do it once a day.
No, I can do it as many times as I want.
So as you have it move away, you're going to see the swarm of fish absolutely tear it into illusory pieces.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just as a note, the fish did 4 times the damage of the croc.
Good to know.
Yeah, the fish were the danger there. Yeah, but with that, they're also fish. They're not getting out of the river. You do see the crocodile's body just get absolutely consumed. Small bones are now floating down this sort of gently bubbling, vaguely red stream.
Okay.
But yeah.
Just breathing. Sheath the sword.
Yeah, with that, you are clear of the crocagator, who I think I specified in chat had 473 teeth.
Nice. Okay. All right, Dovin, I know I gave you explicit permission to run ahead as you did, and I'm not revoking that.
I think we should revoke that.
No. I'm okay with you doing that. Just one, don't just go recklessly charging into the maw of a crocagator. 2, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this. And I hand you a talisman. And when the wearer of my talisman is hit by an attacker, you can see within 30 feet of me, I can use my reaction to deal psychic damage to the attacker equal to my proficiency bonus and push it up to 10 feet away from the talisman's wearer.
Awesome.
Also, just very, very top tier. Very top tier. Well done. Yeah, so with this, you can resume your journey sort of along the riverbank. How do you want to proceed at this point? Is Dovin still like, no, motherfucker, I'm going first? Is Nori still trying to push the pace? Just let me know what's y'all thinking.
Well, first I'll take a potion of healing. If I could roll that real quick.
Then, as you're drinking the
4 + 2.
potion,
Yeah.
do you still want the lead?
I'll drink the potion and then go in front.
Has Andy actually said anything so far as Dovin?
He's not yet said anything.
I was just I'm like, wait, I can only remember. Okay.
Dovin, how badly hurt are you? Do you need some help?
I'm fine.
Right, but are you fine like toxic masculinity fine, or are you actually fine?
Oh!
Pretty toxic. Yeah.
I'm asking because I can maybe make you feel better if you're hurt. Would you like me to help?
No, I'm fine.
Fine.
We go.
Let's go.
I love
Ray
you all
will
so
then
much.
keep that half a step pace behind Dovin.
I won't be going quite as fast, but to make sure everyone can kind of stay with us. But I'd like to remain in front.
Yeah. Chasen will also sort of check with their. Are you all right? Is anyone besides Dovin hurt? And Dovin, do you need any assistance?
Fine. We can go.
All right. Oh, okay.
Hey, I want that back when we're all done here.
He nods.
Thank you. Good. Good.
So as you follow along the river, it is not difficult. You can mostly see the structure, the tower of the structure, sort of off, even as you're sort of winding around. Could Dovin and Nori, who are in the front, give me survival checks?
17 and a 4.
17 and a fumble as a 4.
Goodness.
We're doing good. Doing fine. You didn't die from a crocagator.
I'm gonna die from tetanus.
Nori contracted dysentery.
Been there, done that. Don't advise.
Dovin, as you're sort of marching your way along, you get the sense as you see like the river curving off to the sort of your left hand side, and based on sort of where the tower is, that now is the time to cut in. That continuing to follow the river is probably not going to help you. And so it's not a hard trail, nor do you think you're very far. You were able to sort of be like, all right, moving this way. You sort of like wave to people indicating that you're breaking away from the river. Everyone is able to follow along. Nori, I will say you get several steps like just following the river when you suddenly notice that the like Minotaur wall in front of you is not there. And you sort of then pivot, begin driving the pace again. And so this has taken about 2 some hours of walking, moving along this river, sort of picking your way through, because as much as it was an easier trail and you were moving quickly, it was a riverbed and you're sort of moving through jungle, and you know, so you weren't moving at a full fast pace. You were just fast paced for that terrain. And as you're walking along, all of you, you crest a little bit of a ridge, and you're actually surprised to see that the temple. Craig down.
Craig. Says he's here.
Craig.
Right? Now he's gone. The heck?
One moment, please. Chat.
I am so happy that Craig has blessed me with his misbehavior.
Now recording.
Now recording.
Now
That's Craig voice.
record.
All right. We love mocking. As a note to anyone who's new to the stream, Craig is a Discord bot that records voice calls. We're not actually making fun of something called
Yeah.
I am.
in particular, or just people
Chris,
called Craig.
Do you have a specific Craig in mind that you are making fun of?
Maybe.
Fair enough.
Okay. Moving along. See, as you arrive at this sort of main structure and it's a bit cleared out, you're surprised to see that the temple is much taller than you realized, because you were only seeing the top of the structure. It is actually located in a depression in the ground. And there are trees growing in there that suggest that this sort of basin is at least like 30 or 40 feet down. And it slopes pretty, not steeply, but like it's a bowl, not Like, yes, slow, gentle slope. We need to walk another, mile in order to get that much altitude change. And you can see that the stone of the temple is mostly light brown in color, which is very different from anything you would expect to see out here in the north of Frosthaim. It is comprised of 3 stacked layers, like a step pyramid, with the central tower that you had seen rising sort of its height again above. And that's why you could see sort of from outside, you could see a little bit of what you thought was like the base and then a tower. You honestly thought the structure was probably just a tower. And you can then, as you sort of look down into this bowl, there are some trees, though they don't appear particularly organized. They're scattered and they're sparser than they were in the jungle. And you can see scatterings of rounded rocks, up to like several feet in diameter. They're a little bit paler than the rock of the temple, but still brownish yellow. And yeah, what would you like to do?
Do these rocks look that are kind of around the base pale and scattered? So there's no organization to them. They don't look like they had like fallen off of the structure or that there's a particular purpose to them. They're just there.
They don't look like they're necessarily detritus, and they're certainly not organized in a way that at a glance you can. You could give me a check on them, like investigation or perception.
Yeah.
Do the trees look like the same kind of ecosystem trees?
Damn.
Yes. Very
It's a
much.
fat 10, I think. Yeah.
You don't think it's detritus, like, or a destroyed structure from the temple. You also don't think like it was necessarily made into anything else. It might be worn down, but it's not parts of anything, and that feels a little weird because there's a lot of these, and they're just exposed rock.
When looking
They could
at
be in any
this-
kind of... Sorry, Sam, you go.
Well, my question was not about to be about the rocks, so go for it if you were asking about the rocks.
Are they in kind of any pattern that would obviously seem magical? Like kind of, like with Stonehenge or anything like that?
Not super quickly. You could give me an investigation check if you wanted to sort of think about the pattern of them, especially generally the pattern of them, or if you specifically want to see if there was a magical effect going on, it would probably be Arcana.
Better at investigation, so I think I'm just going to investigate generally.
She's rolling that. Can we see a door? Like a way into the structure?
Yes, you can see there seems to be like an arched gateway. If you just keep going down this way, it's on the side of this. There is not a pattern to it, but there's something about the rock that feels odd to you, with like sort of their placement, their size, and their structure. Give me a nature check. Four.
Trees.
You're not, you're really, yeah, you're not, you're having a hard time. There's something that seems odd about them. You can let me know if you want to do anything with that. You don't see them in a pattern, but...
Sorry to rush into this place without checking it out further.
I would... Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, like, because I can ritual cast thingamajig again, detect magic. There's the words. But I'm conscious of Dovin and Nori probably having ants in their pants. So if they look like they want to just go, then I'll spell slot. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
The last 2 bits of just investigating that I want to do. One, I would like to see if there were any sort of tracks at all? Any sort of signs of things that are still living, moving inside, outside of said structure? And related to that, I guess I want to know if there's any sort of writing anywhere, like on the face of the structure, whatever.
So give me a survival check for the tracks and a perception check for the writing. You don't see anything obvious with regard to the writing. 22 for survival.
How far away from the door are we?
You're probably about 100 feet or so away from the door.
While these two are doing that, Nori will definitely be kind of like, not fast, but making my way.
You're just sort of ambling over towards the door.
Nori, please don't. I'm not sure it's safe.
Survival of 22, you see like bird tracks and like some other sort of small animal tracks in the dirt, generally. You don't see anything that looks like a humanoid or anything particularly large. I will say with a 22 survival, you notice that there aren't any tracks around the rocks. Not you, the stones.
Right. So I realize we've kind of hit a bit of a brick wall when it comes to learning more about these rocks by just looking at them. But looking at the area around them, there's nothing. There's no signs of life around them. No tracks, no bird droppings. It's just totally vacant. Gives me a bit of a sketchy vibe, just complete lack of anything, just dirt. Don't know what to make with that just yet, but
what did Dovin say?
Wild.
With Nori will look over at the rocks. She is still holding on to the rock that Dovin threw at her. So
waiting for the opportune moment.
She will chuck it at the rocks that Rox was just talking about.
We've overloaded
Not confusing at all.
It bounces off of it. I mean, normally. Seems like a rock hitting a rock.
And then, if nothing happens, it's like a pile of rocks to me. And I'll just turn to walk.
Actually, no, there is something. Give me a perception check.
Oh, shit.
Can we all have been
Yeah, I mean, you all
perceiving
were
this?
watching
Perceiving.
me.
Yeah, I would say that's all right.
I was purposefully not watching you. So,
Nori 21, Barcy 23, Rocks 3. Dovin defensive indifference. Easy baseball scoring for that one. Nori and Barcy, you notice that the sound the rock makes, we're gonna call it a pebble and a rock, just so we can. When the pebble strikes the rock, it doesn't make quite the right sound. And this is kind of jiving with what you were thinking, Barcy. Of like, this didn't. The rock, when you sort of like were like touching the surface of it and like looking at it to investigate it a little bit, didn't feel quite like just normal stone.
Do I burn a spell slot because I have so few? Yeah. Live a little. Right. I'm going to cast Detect Magic, but with the spell slot, not with my ritual.
I think it only takes a minute to cast with ritual.
10.
We can do it in
10 minutes.
Isn't it an action time?
Yes, but it's plus 10 minutes when you ritual it.
Rituals are
I
plus
see.
10.
Yeah, so 11. Yeah, gotcha.
If you sense magic this way. The rocks are not magic.
All right. Well, the spell only lasts for 10 minutes, guys. So let's go towards the door and see if the door is magic.
Yeah, before we, do any of that, I would like to then go ahead and begin my using my spell slot of detect evil and good, which I will throw back into chat. Bada bing, bada boom. For the duration, I know if there is an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of me, as well as where the creature is located. Similarly, I know if there is a place or object within 30 feet of me that has been magically consecrated or desecrated. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt. And you can tell me if I find anything right now, or 10 minutes from now, or any point in between.
The entire grounds of this, basically everything sort of within your sight, within the bowl, within 30 feet of you, has been magically desecrated.
Yikes.
And what sort of implications would I be able to gather from that?
Hard to say.
Perhaps when I roll when I enter, I'll know more.
I was gonna say that might help. I'd also say that as you all are now moving towards the temple on with the 2 casters both on a 10-minute timer, let's go ahead and take our break because we're a couple hours in, and we will be back in probably around 15 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in and watching. Like I said, we'll be back in about 15. Hang in there, and we will be back with the inside of this structure, which I'm sure won't have anything bad.
Nothing at all.
Smile. Be back soon, everybody. Hello, everybody. We are back.
Howdy.
All right.
Because we're back in black.
Okay. All right.
None of us are wearing black, Sam.
I have black
No,
on my scarf.
What?
Okay.
Gray.
Some black.
Helpful goat content you're here for.
Galway, you're muted.
Oops.
What?
No, you're not. You're good.
Oh,
Now
okay.
you're not.
My finger must have come off of the push to talk button. I was like, my mic is hard muted? That's not
Dang
good.
it.
That shouldn't be happening. So the first half, this intrepid crew of deeply cooperative adventurers arrived at a crack in the rock in northern Frosthaim, made their way through it and discovered inside, instead of more frozen sort of tundra, instead there was a lush jungle with sort of standing pools of water. It felt almost like it was going to rain in the air. They could hear birds as they proceeded through. Various members of the party, mostly Barcy, noticed like the birds were not ones that would survive outside. These plants would certainly not survive outside. It seems like this area is just its own ecosystem, or its own sort of locked off portion of Tyr. Dovin, in an effort to be the leader, come what may, and Nori, in an effort to keep people moving quickly, got out a bit ahead of the party, just in time for Dovin to be almost eaten by a crocodigator, pushed into the river, and discovered that the river has quippers in it, so very carnivorous fish that proceeded to skeletize the crocodile that Dovin had very dramatically killed while switching places with his echo form. After that, the group left following the river path and made their way to the structure that they sought further back in this area. As they got there, they saw that what they thought was essentially a tower is in fact sort of a step pyramid with a tower coming out the top of it, located in a sort of a bowl-like depression in the earth, with strange sort of rounded stones scattered around. Barcy and Rocks, and actually Nori, sort of investigated the rocks, but they didn't. They could figure out that they were weird, but they did determine that they weren't magical. And Barcy, having now burned a spell slot in order to use Detect Magic to find out that the rocks are not magical, is striding purposefully towards the temple. And as Rocks notices this, not the rocks, as Rocks notices this, he casts Detect Good and Evil, and is mildly taken back as he is following quickly after Barcy to discover that the entire area of these grounds have been magically desecrated. And with that, you all are sort of closing in on the doors of this structure. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
As a point of clarification, what I noticed was desecrated. Was that just the temple and the immediate grounds, or the entirety of the area with the forest and everything?
You're kind of too far away to be able to sense the forest, because it only your perception only stretches 30 feet from you. Everything you can sense in the bowl, in this sort of depression, is desecrated, at least.
Got it. Okay. As we approach the door, I would very much like to check for traps.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh God. Hold on.
You, for the stream, say what you rolled, because roll 20.
Yeah, I rolled a crit fail.
Oh, lovely.
However, hold on. Where is it? Not Wrath.
Thing?
I have a thing. Here we go. When I fail an ability check, I can add a d4 to the roll. I believe this would be considering me having failed it. Would this remove the crit fail status of that?
No. for me, that will not remove the critical. What it would do is it would turn it into, like, you had a crit fail.
That was a dirty 5.
Or 7 or whatever, which, you know, at times could be better than, yeah, I got my crit fail 0. Like, okay.
Oh, God, if there's any traps, I have absolutely activated them. God damn it.
Yeah, it's like at that point, it's not. At that point, your crit fail is no longer just, yeah, you've 100% failed to notice the trap. It's like you have rammed your face into the trap repeatedly. So
okay, well, I'm not gonna waste my use of that right now then.
With a 3 slash a critical fail, as a reminder to people, the way that we Hess rule critical fails around skills, particularly, and the way that I do that is I have DM's license to tell them something entirely wrong, something entirely true, or anything in between, and the structure that I usually follow for my skill checks, which for a little bit is, here's what you think and sort of about how sure you are of it, so that it becomes less a matter of, oh, I rolled poorly, so that's probably not the answer, and just oh yeah, no, you're 100% sure that's, Rocks, with your investigation check, you're kind of surprised because you find trap mechanisms. They have all been activated.
Do I get the sense that they are proximity related, or if it's like they're on the door kind of thing?
It's more like pressure plates and things in the thing leading up, and now, like, as you look around a little bit, you think you can see a little bit of sort of like the holes where like poison darts could shoot out of and things, but it seems like everything has been activated already.
All right, guys. So, there's bad news and then there's some good news. So the bad news is there's absolutely traps here, and I imagine because they're right here at the door, they're probably all throughout. But the good news is they've already been activated, so we can step right on in.
Dovin and Nori at the front, or like we all congregated at the door together?
You're kind of all congregated together because I feel like the casters actually started moving relatively quickly since they suddenly had a time limit on things.
Yeah.
All right, so after Rock says that, Nori will look at Dovin. After you.
He'll go and push the door open.
Oh yeah, you push the door open. It sort of ponderously creaks open, and you're surprised. Inside, there's light on the walls. There are actually chunks of this white crystal. It doesn't make the interior as bright as it is outside, but definitely you have enough that you can navigate by, etc. Over the table, you're still in bright light. It is just definitely nowhere near as bright as outside, where it almost seems like daylight.
Cool.
When you enter a ruin or a dungeon, you can correctly ascertain its original purpose and determine its builders, whether those were dwarves, elves, humans, Yuan-Ti, or some other known race. I like how they were just like, these are the 4 races that build ruins and dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's everybody else. It's just
Everybody else, yeah.
Yeah.
In addition, you can determine the monetary value of art objects more than a century old. You can correctly understand its original purpose and determine its build. You are fairly sure as you enter here and as you look around, and as you think of the feelings of the ground outside and these grounds and the sort of place being desecrated, you are relatively sure that this is a temple. It is a temple complex, almost. This is a bigger space than just the temple. People were meant to be able to live here. People were meant to be able to sort of live lives around this. But within this, ultimately, it was all kind of around the purpose of serving a temple, and sustaining a temple.
Do I know who it was in veneration of?
You do not. You are also unclear on who constructed it. There are elements of this that are related to Dragonborn architecture. There are sort of styles and elements that you've seen in some of the dragon temples, such as in Dragon's Rest. But they're not exactly that, and you can tell that they're not exactly that. They have elements of some of the kind of nature temples that you have seen in places, especially among things like the Sylvan, and those kinds of ancient primordials. But they're also not quite that. You think you are not sure what race has constructed this. Like, you have never seen anything by this culture before.
Any art?
Not much. As you're in this sort of entrance hallway, it is very large. It has like 15 to 20 foot ceilings. Pillars are kind of lining the sides of this walkway, and it seems like it is meant as a sort of a grand processional entrance, more than anything else. You can certainly also, as you look around, see signs of like damage and wear, the effects of time. This is a very sort of worn down place. And give me a quick perception check.
Sure. Would I also, is there any conclusions that I could draw from what I've just learned now and knowing that this was magically desecrated? Would that like ping anything for me?
Give me a history check with advantage for that.
Okay. Which would you like first?
Give me the history check with advantage first.
Okay.
Actually, no, sorry. Give me the perception check. Sorry.
Okay. Normal perception is going to give me a 8.
Yeah, so the hall seems like it's very large and empty. It also looks like, so you're sort of going to come forward and it terminates in a T-junction, so that from this, as you're sort of going towards the center of the complex, you're then going to have to turn left or right to go any further than this hallway. That's about all you see. So yeah, give me a history check with advantage.
Cool.
Could probably also be religion if you preferred.
No, I like history. With advantage, we get a dirty 20.
Dirty.
Yeah, with the unnatural 20. In your experience, if you are at a temple or other religious site and you sense desecration, it comes from either two things. Either the temple itself is the source of the desecration, or someone was attempting to destroy that temple. With that 20, you don't really get the sense that this temple is itself a source of desecration. So it seems like someone came here and was trying to, salt the earth around it and just get rid of everything.
I think I would probably tell the party generally the gist of that, and then maybe discuss in slightly more detail with Debbie. well, not with Debbie, but with Debbie's character, who is
Barcy.
Barcy. Yes. I would discuss this in greater detail with Barcy as we're kind of walking through. I don't think that any of that information necessarily would cause me to be any more cautious than I already was being at that point. But I would definitely let the party know that the entire place has been desecrated, and so maybe to tread lightly.
Is there anything magical as we're like in this entry hallway bit? I'm assuming that the little crystal lights are. Is that it?
The crystal lights are, and there's not actually much else here. Like the walls aren't particularly I was gonna say desecrated. No, those are desecrated. They're not particularly decorated. There's aren't really objects around or anything. So there's not much else that you can like. The temple itself is not magical. The crystals are, and honestly, that's about all you have accessible to your view right now.
I think
How much of the ticking time has ticked?
Probably gonna call that 5 minutes or 10.
Okay. So, summary. We are concerned this is a nice temple, very pretty. Someone's tried to desecrate it. All of the
Has
traps are
desecrated
triggered. Has desecrated. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. Much appreciated. All of the traps are triggered. Nothing very magical here. Are there any tracks? Like, do I think that the traps have been triggered recently? In that, like, there's someone's footprints in the dust or something.
Dead bodies.
Give me a perception or survival check.
And if anyone sees anything like a book or a tablet or anything, let me know.
23 and a 24. Jesus. 23 survival. As you're looking around, you do not see any sign of recent tracks. It does not look like anyone has been here recently. However, looking around, you see that some of the wear, like some of the damage and the wear, is not just caused by age. It looks like the signs of battle. It looks like someone, like, you can see at the very edges of some of the rock there's like scorching, etc. And like that makes you suspect, especially with what Rox has told you, that this place was desecrated by someone. That
And they had to fight their way in
here, but not recently at all.
Okay. So I don't think there's anyone else here, but I point out like the scorch marks or the debris or whatever that made me notice that, and I would kind of try and link that up with Rox's spots, and then I think we should just move on and see as much as we can see while I can see the magic, because that may guide us in terms of our next steps, and we only have a few moments left.
we don't see any sorts of like life at all. No plants or anything in here. Okay.
No.
Yeah, let's head on out. On in. Looks like we have to go either left or right coming up here.
So I'm going to get to the end of the corridor and look left. Any magic? Look right. Any magic?
Nothing within 30 feet of you, though you do see several doors on either side of the hallway.
Nothing's pinging to me as good or evil.
No.
Okay.
Stupid rules. 30 feet.
Dovin goes left.
Nori goes right.
Oh, what?
Well, he's got my talisman. I gotta be within 30 feet of him to actually use my reaction. So I guess I'm going with Dovin.
Jason's gonna sort of look like, okay.
If I see Nori go right,
I think we should stick together. Nori, please.
I'll just kind of quietly say to Nori, you just go ahead and yell if you need anything.
King.
Same.
We'll go left. Right.
Jason is just gonna sort of be looking back and forth like, I suppose I'll go with Rox and the Minotaur who almost got bitten in half by a crocodile.
Right
Yes, I'm
choice.
with my friend. Great, great. She's lovely. Great.
We're gonna have such good conversations.
I miss you already, Rox.
Let's go with the not the Rox and Nori, the Barcy and Nori group first as you head right. There are doors sort of off either side of the hallway as you're going along. Do you want to look at any of them? You can also see up ahead the hallway will turn left.
Door handles on these doors.
Yes.
Nori will jiggle the handles on each door.
They do not appear locked.
Okay, so the first one there, I'll open it up.
Okay. You open up. It seems to be perhaps a maybe a storeroom. You see sort of shattered remains of pottery. And yeah, that's about all that you see. You don't see any contents of anything that was stored. That all appears long gone. But
Okay, then I'll leave it and go on to the next door.
okay. As you're going down this hallway, you can also see that the walls of the hallway have these kinds of weaving sinuous lines in a pattern, sort of picked out in shades of like white and gray and black, so that as you're walking, it's a little disquieting. It kind of feels like the wall is moving.
Cool.
Barcy sees that too?
Yes.
Is the wall actually moving? Can I, like, I don't know, touch it? Lick it? I don't know.
You put your
Did you
hand on
just
it.
say lick it?
Yeah.
Stormbringer solution.
I panicked.
Sorry. Oh god, this is weird. Got it.
Oh,
It's fine. It's not moving, everyone. It doesn't seem to actually be moving. It seems like there is a sort of an inlaid stone pattern, and you think that it's just like the lines and the contours of it are so fine that as you are moving, it's shifting in your vision. And that just makes it look like the whole wall is sort of writhing.
Illusion. Cool. So Barcy's quickly gonna like grab a piece of parchment and like a pencil and try and like take a rubbing of it if any of the bits like stand proud or are like indented at all, to like try and record this pattern for her research.
Yeah, so you could actually, like, they are different colors of stone, and it doesn't look like I'm trying to think of how to say this. It is closer to something like a mosaic, because it's not that veins in the stone itself. This isn't like a sheet of marble that has that pattern. It's different colors of rock that have been laid to have this pattern. So yeah, you can kind of trace the outline, and then even very quickly sort of with your pencil sketch in how dark it is to give a sense of, oh, this is what this pattern looked like. I'll say as you're doing that, Nori is like probably now 40 feet down a hallway, like has opened a couple of doors, like it seems like it's more of the same of these kinds of like storerooms. You see shattered pottery, not much else. And you've Nori, you've hit the end where now you're gonna turn left.
Turn and go down. I'll look back at Darcy. Come.
Are you sure we shouldn't go back and find the others, maybe? Well, because strength in numbers? I don't know.
Aren't we supposed to explore this place?
Yes, but what's wrong with exploring it together?
I thought you were a nerd.
Yes, I am. And that's why I'm applying common sense to this situation. And I don't know whether you've ever seen those like shadow puppet plays where you take a group of people and you send one of them this way and one of them this way and everybody ends up dead.
No,
I don't want to
those
end
are
up dead.
dumb. I am
You're
here.
dumb.
Nori is here. Nori.
Is talking
Will
about herself in the third
protect
person?
you.
Great. Reassuring.
You can go back if you would like. I will stand here and wait until you go. But then I'm going this way.
If I now go away, can I see the others?
With the battle, as long as it's taken you, you can see that they're probably about halfway to 2/3 down their equivalent hallway, which looks like then they'll have a right-hand turn.
My goodness. What would I do?
What would Debbie do? What would Marcy do?
What would Barcy do? Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's do this. Let's carry on. I'm gonna be brave. This is fine. This is fine.
When Darcy gets up to her, I'll just clap her on the back. Good choice.
You turn
Right
the
on
corner,
the left.
and yeah, so you see again a hallway that stretches. There's a couple of doors, and then there's another turning, this time again to the left. So now it seems like it's almost in parallel with that first hallway that you were in.
Open more doors.
Yeah, you're at this point you've sort of learned that they're not even really open, so you're just like turn knob, shove. Nope.
They do have knobs.
Yes, they do have doorknobs. You're not seeing. This side just seems like it's storeroom. There's not a whole lot going on. Let's cut over to Rox and Chasen and Dovin.
Who are
You-
being attacked by spiders.
Who are dying.
Oh god, we should have gone right.
I missed the crocodile. So yeah, you're going down this hallway. There's doors set into the wall on either side. What would you like to do? You want to look in them? Do you want to?
Yeah.
100%.
Push them open.
Dovin, you don't really see anything of particular interest. There's some shattered pottery on the ground. Actually, I shouldn't do that. Would you be interested in that pottery?
I would.
Dovin.
Not super. No.
Okay.
I mean, I
You
thought I
you are
was
interested in sort of
investigating
the
with-
crafting side of things, and I wasn't sure if
Yeah,
that
yeah.
would.
No, good question. Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll sort of like walk.
I'll point it out to the geek in my group.
Chasen is sort of following along with you, and also keeps like sort of casting glances back at the other group making their way down the hall, and he'll sort of like journaling. It's rather remarkable that both groups just have a person at the front who just keeps opening all the doors, looking at it, and sort of grunting, and then moving on to the next one, and then a person who's looking at things.
Kind of mirrored, huh? That's weird.
I don't know.
How does
where-
Chasen know that?
Well, he can hear Dovin. He's 90% sure. He's been around Nori enough that he's. Well, he just like. Plod, plod, plod.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rox, you go into sort of this first room, and can see pottery shards. Looking around, give me a history check or an investigation check. Your choice.
Sure. I also definitely have something I would like to do. But I will give you. Doesn't matter. They're both 2 with proficiency bonus. So here we go. Please let it be that 17. I would like that 17. Damn
Except
it.
it's not. 4. The art style of this pottery doesn't seem particularly familiar to the moment. Though it does have, again, a similar sort of patterning to what's on the walls. Of like there's sort of a feathered design on parts
I
of
would
it.
I would like to cast Prestidigitation on it to clean the surface of the broken pottery, and I'm looking to see if there are any glyphs, anything on it other than just like painted artwork.
Yeah, absolutely. So
And
you,
I would be pretty thorough with this, by the way. So like, if I have to spend a little bit of time here, that's what I'm doing.
that's why I said when they looked back and they were at the end of the hall, you guys were only about 2/3 of the way down, because I kind of was figuring, like, bet Rox is going to take a while when he hits the first one of these rooms. Yeah, you're sort of cleaning this and you're moving through. You give me a history check with advantage.
Yeah, it's a 16.
You sort of carefully clean the pieces that you can see in sort of an area and are looking at them and examining them very delicately. You do not see any glyphs. You see on some of the pieces there's parts of this sort of pattern of like lines, sort of sinuous woven lines, again picked out in whites and blacks and grays. You do, however, with that 16 history, from your experience in archaeology, know that you don't have a complete part of a pot. Like, you don't have a complete pot here. Some of this is gone. It may have been entirely smashed to pieces earlier. It, may have been worn away over time. You're not sure. But you wouldn't say with 100% certainty that there were no glyphs on these at one time. Just nothing in the pieces you have access to.
How high are the ceilings in like this whole area?
These match about the 15-foot ceilings of the hall.
Okay. And there aren't like hieroglyphs or anything on the walls. It's just this kind of pattern.
Yep.
The search continues.
Go back out and you can see that now Dovin is a couple of doors further
Yeah.
on.
I was gonna say Dovin kept on going, but he left his echo behind to watch you, just to
That's
make sure that you
creepy.
come out, and then the echo will follow you.
Just looking at you.
Yeah.
See through. So you make your way along, and it's going to be more or less
Andy, that's terrible.
more or less the same in each of the rooms, and then there is a turn to the right if you want to continue to go up that.
Yeah, assuming I don't find any kind of writing, then yeah, I'm gonna just proceed onward.
Not yet. Chasen is largely sort of taking up a rear guard stance, which was originally also so he could keep eyes on the other group. But he definitely seems cautious. He doesn't have his blade drawn, but he's definitely ready for something bad to happen.
I would assume at this point then my detect good and evil has
Yes.
worn. Okay.
You all make it to sort of this next. There's a hallway to your right. As you look at it, down which you can see Barcy and Nori sort of coming towards you, and yours continues up. So you can keep going the way you were going as they're sort of coming along to you, and it looks like the split in the paths is leading you guys back together. There are a couple more doorways along that hallway. I'm assuming Barcy and Nori, as you're moving towards the other group, you would check in those rooms. Would anyone from the Dovin Rocks group want to go towards them, or just sort of hold where you are, or?
If I see them, I'll walk up because I'm gonna tell them, "Hey, there's a continuation on our side."
Okay, so you're sort of now moving
that
down
area
together.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna keep pilfering through and
Okay.
cleaning things and trying to find stuff.
Barcy, as you open sort of the one door that you have, there's nothing in it. It's the same thing again. rocks. You open a door. Dovin has sort of kept moving on past you to more meet Nori and Barcy in the middle of the hallway. And you push open a door, and inside you see a skeleton. Not an ambulatory one, like in D&D creatures, as in the bones of a dead creature on the floor.
Just a skeleton, no clothing or anything on it.
Nope.
I mean, I'm gonna have to do a perception check. Like, this is the first sign of a living creature at one point that I have seen upon entering this. So, would you like perception or investigation for this?
Probably investigation.
I shouldn't have been with advantage.
3.
That's another freaking crit fail, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man,
Mm-hmm. Just stop looking at things.
I need another crit success real soon to balance this out.
You
Playing the balance.
We are playing the balance.
Oh.
you go to sort of check for any traps or anything that might be around, and then your vision is just pulled to the skeleton completely, and you just sort of start moving into the room. The skeleton has sort of a very humanoid head, skull, and then an entirely serpentine body.
Like a gorgon? Or are those gorgons that have human body or human upper torso?
This isn't an upper torso. This is like a head, a humanoid head on a snake body.
Oh. Doing does that.
Andy making out.
But to my knowledge, a moment ago it was a regular skeleton.
No. You just sort of only saw the skull as you were coming in when you saw it, and then essentially your investigation check procced as you noticed, oh shit, that's not a humanoid. And that's why your investigation was a fumble, because instead of checking anything else in the room, you went, oh, that's not normal.
Assuming this is not anything I have encountered before, this would probably give me pause to try to wrangle in troops, or at least Barcy.
The groups have met in the middle of the hallway now. Dovin can have delivered the message that there's another path further on, which you all didn't have on your side. So,
Hey, before we continue on that way, think there's maybe something we want to check out in here. It's kind of creepy, not gonna lie.
Creepy gonna kill us or creepy interesting?
Creepy, it's already dead. But,
Oh, cool.
you know.
Cool. Sign me up. I'll take a look. Have I ever seen anything like this before? The snaky-headed person-headed snake.
you have not. This is not a thing that you have come across. Dovin and Nori, have you headed in?
To the room with the skeleton?
Yeah.
Nah. I'm fine just waiting for him out here.
Yeah,
Outside the door, but...
He said it was dead, so
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going in the room, but I'll at least walk towards the door.
When you see this skeleton, Nori, this reminds you of stories that you heard growing up.
Or bad stories.
A little bit of both. It was around a group of people that were very powerful and interacted, like, while they individually were not as powerful, it was said in Dragon's Rest that, even dragons sort of feared to cross them, and they were a group called the Naga. And that they were theoretically had sort of these human heads on snakes' bodies. And the stories, like I said, there's good and bad. There's lots of stories of them sort of being, there were some stories of them being heroic fighters or great wizards. There were also stories of them sort of inflicting horrifying revenges, or like obliterating people who crossed them. And all of this is located in the very, like, this is phrased as, way back. But that's the first thing that springs to your mind when you see that skeleton, is that kind of looks like a Naga.
So I'll look at it. I'll take a step into the room. Rocks. Do
Yeah.
you know what a Naga is?
Do I know what a Naga is?
Very, very vaguely, but there's never been any evidence found of them existing. There's stories of them, but there's stories of lots of things that don't seem to exist. So that's why I think it didn't jump to your mind. You'd maybe heard the stories in passing, but like, you're in archaeology mode. Okay, who could have done this? That does, however, click into your mind that lines up with you didn't recognize the styling of this, and the stories of them. The only place you'd ever heard those stories was in Dragon Rest, and this kind of feels like some of the dragon's temples in Dragon's Rest.
So, I've heard of the Naga in passing, but, I've not really ever... this architecture around here kind of seems like it's a Dragon's Rest sort of style, but not really. So maybe there's something to it. I have to have a think on it.
Yes.
Yes, I have heard of the Naga, but I've not ever seen one or anything. Unless this is one, in which case I've seen one long after death.
This is a Naga.
Interesting.
And then I'll just turn around and leave.
Perfect.
Arguably my favorite quote so far. So that's a yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep playing off of that crit fail. I don't see anything else in the room.
No, it's mostly just interesting that there's a skeleton for the first time. This is the first sign of life that you've seen that wasn't objects. If that makes sense. Like, obviously the pottery and the building itself implies that people lived here, but this is the first sort of more direct evidence of life forms seen.
Dolan's waiting for everyone, just whittling outside the room.
There's a small pile of wood shavings now.
I'm guessing that Barcy heard the Naga conversation and is like looking at the skeleton and is like crazy fascinated by it because she's probably never seen one before. This isn't a thing that is common. So can I put a whole skeleton in my backpack? Probably not.
I can put it in my bottle.
Would you? Oh my goodness, can we take it with us, please? That would be the coolest. I will give you... What have I got?
Do you have something we could like wrap it in? I just have my cushions reupholstered. I don't need
I don't need this.
skeleton goo. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I have got like and she like takes off her cloak and kind of wraps the skeleton around it, and she's got like a spare set of clothes in her backpack, so she like pops out like a pair of trousers and kind of tries to put that over the bottom of the skeleton, but of course it's a snake, so it doesn't quite work. So she ends up putting the trousers like over the head and the cloak like round the bottom of the body. Is that okay?
Yep, sure.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna be the toast of the town.
And I Houdini it into my bottle.
Very good.
Is there anything else in the room now that we've removed the skeleton? Like, can I just eyeball around?
Give me a perception check.
Eyeball around is definitely...
8.
No, I'm too excited.
No, just some more shards of pottery, and that's about it.
Any other doors that hadn't been opened?
No, you kind of covered the couple
That
that
was
had
it?
been along towards the middle, and then there was this one that Rocks had opened. Yeah, so there's just that sort of path that keeps going up.
All right. Why don't we head on up, I guess?
You head up, and there's another brief turning. There's fewer doors now, and then up to the right. So sort of dog, cuts left for a second and then continues going the same direction. You see there part of the walls and the structure have collapsed in, and it's basically blocking off the hallway. You're pretty sure that you could sort of follow two different approaches. One would be to try to clear the rubble from the pathway. The other would sort of be to try to use the damage that's already there and sort of smash out and back in on the other side of the rubble.
Is this something where there's like a way we could get over it? Like, is there any open air above the crushed in passageway?
Very little. You theoretically could in your bottle. I don't think any like medium-sized creature would be able to make it. It might be able to. It'd be a little bit tricky. It would require some checks.
Dovin will just start clearing it as best he can.
Nori says.
Oh my god,
Clear
competitive
more.
rubble clearing. Yeah.
More than Nori.
Chasen is gonna like move forward and start helping, and then like as he's nearly just like brained by a piece of masonry that like Dovin is clearing out of the way, he's like, oh, okay, I'll go over to this side, away from the two of them, and clear that part, and hopefully not die. But so yeah, everyone's gonna set to work getting stuff cleared.
Darcy's not doing any manual labor.
I just want to make sure, like, one of the things that I'm trying to keep tabs on is like, the ceilings and like the architecture of them, if there's any sort of like I don't want to say like a ventilation system, but like some sort of like alcoves up in the ceiling areas or anything like that.
The alcoves.
I don't think you've seen anything like that to this point, nor have you really seen any windows reaching to the outside along this. This lower level of it seems like it is basically enclosed entirely.
Gotcha.
Whilst the muscle-bound folk are doing their business, I would like to just check that they're not going to pull the ceiling down on us when they move this rubble.
Give me a perception check, Debbie, and could Nori and Dovin give me athletics checks? 11 for perception, 15 and 16 for athletics, with Nori beating out Dovin.
And I got an 11 for perception.
You did get chumped. You know, it's okay. You don't always gotta measure up to everybody.
I'm pretty sure it's not a competition.
Nori is now using the fact that she's moving slightly faster to be able to throw in like flexes, almost like after like every piece of rubble cleared. Chasen is just sort of like clearing what he can, staying out of the way of the other two. Barcy, you're pretty sure they're not going to pull the ceiling down. They're doing actually a very good job of clearing stuff and sort of leaving it structurally and just clearing sort of a path through. Dovin and Nori, you are able to spend probably about half an hour. But you're not clearing everything through. Like, again, this is kind of like the walls collapsed in a little bit. So that's why you could have maybe smashed out and back in. But you do clear sort of a middle pathway for you all and almost now turn it into an arch. So that sort of stuff is still propped up and seems pretty stable. And you can continue on.
Whilst they're clearing, can I cast Detect Magic ritually again?
Absolutely.
Because if it takes half an hour, then I've got time to do that.
You could even say that you proc it so that it's going to fire off right as they're sort of wrapping up.
Cool. Yeah, that'd be great if I could. And I'm going to do an eyeball around again with my magic eyes.
Do an eyeball with the magic eyes. Yeah, you look around again. The crystals seem magical, and that's about it.
You're kind of shocked that Dovin's guns aren't magical.
Arcee is not at all shocked.
Oh.
Okay.
Also not amused.
Yeah, for being such a big freaking temple, sure is strange that all we've seen. I mean, we did see the Naga, but we haven't really seen anything else other than crushed pots. Like, what's... This is such a huge... You think they'd have stuff everywhere.
Yeah. And why just one skeleton?
I don't know.
If there was a big battle, why was that skeleton preserved? Maybe they were hiding. But the door wasn't locked.
You move forward and you can actually find a staircase shortly past this arch, leading up to second. You head up.
Dovin will go up.
Almost as soon as you arrive on the second floor, it's sort of a switchback, and you get up to this. The ceiling is a bit lower, still plenty roomy, like 10 feet, but it's no longer this sort of grand hallway. It's just a sort of more standard building. It is also in far greater disrepair, and no one needs to make any kind of perception checks. There are sort of gouges in the wall and floor. Things are shattered. There's scorch marks. There are broken swords and spears and shields just lying around, all of which have very unusual sort of designs and patterns and stylings.
Would any of these proc for me as a particularly of great value?
Several of the shields, if you're treating them as sort of art objects, several of the shields have the same kind of black and gray and white sort of wave pattern on them. And that makes them quite attractive and well designed. So you think that those would probably be the most valuable. And probably in the 75 gold pieces.
You said a black waving pattern, right?
Like black and white and gray and sort of waves.
Okay.
Those lines.
Okay.
Is it better than my shield I currently have? Or does it look a little nicer?
It looks nicer. It's kind of damaged. Like most of them are missing at least small sort of chunks from them. They're beaten up.
If I see one not damaged, I'll take it, but otherwise, yeah.
You find one that you think is let me put it this way. It's damaged, but it would still serve as a shield without any penalties. It's just sort of nicked and dinged on the edges.
Sure. Yeah.
I would
I'll
put
take that.
at least one inside of my inventory.
If
As
this is from, oh, sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
was just curious if this, like, obviously a battle, Nori can tell that a battle has happened here.
Mhm.
Can I discern if it was like a one-sided kind of battle? Like if it was more of like a siege, or if it was like an all-out, there were like two strong sides?
You, as you go down the hallways, are noticing that there seem to be two sides to like the weapons. Like some of the shields have the same pattern as the walls. A lot of the spears have the same sort of it's not the same pattern on them, but they feel very similar. Like they're very sort of sinuous and like they have almost a wave point to them. So you kind of feel like that maybe is one side, and then you see more typical like metal shield, longsword, axe. It has unusual patterns on them. The fact that you see more of those sort of metal standard weapons in the earlier parts suggests to you that this was the force coming in. And it feels a little bit more siege-ish to you. Like the other group was just trying to hold lines and having to not make it. As you keep going, and now you're just sort of, you're almost retracing the hallway that you came to get to the stairs, just a floor up. So you're moving south, essentially.
Almost like the floor is mirrored from the first one.
Long die contact. You as you sort of round the corner and are now heading, if you were heading south, now you're heading east. You now begin to see suits of armor, like broken armor, like up against walls, like slumped over. In some places, like missing arms off of them. Some of them have metal shields still strapped to their arms, or like they'll have a sword lying next to them. Anything anyone wants to do with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll look for anything that's usable that's better than chainmail.
You find actually then, Dovin, as you're walking up to one of them, it looks like it's probably plate mail. And it looks like it's actually in pretty good condition. It's missing like a glove, but that's not terrible. But when you sort of go to take it, inside the armor, you can see a whole series of like cross shafts and sort of pieces that are connecting armor to armor. You see some gears, and you see small, like, glass and crystalline sort of vials placed into it. And as you're sort of looking at this, you can't put it on, and you, in fact, cannot imagine how a creature could fit inside the armor.
This doesn't make any sense.
I'm assuming that Barcy heard Dovin grumbling at the armor that he was looking at.
Stupid armor here.
And she'd go over and kind of like sneak under his arm and like try and take a look at yeah, exactly. Take a look at kind of what it was. Hey, what'd you find? What's going on? Something weird? Something interesting?
It has not taken you long to walk down this hallway so far, so I'd say you're still at the tail end of this. Some of the crystals that you can see inside it are certainly magic.
Ooh, magic armor! Okay, and there's no skeleton inside. Has she ever seen anything like this before? In terms of like a self-operating.
You have You have certainly in your researches found things like animated armors and things like that, but those are legitimately just suits of armor with magic cast on them. This seems like this is something else. It has mechanisms inside itself. It has magic inside itself. So that, again, kind of in that same thing we were talking about earlier, this thing might have had spells cast on it. It might have had, and it certainly had magical containment within it, but it wasn't just a suit of armor that had an enchantment. And that's always how you've heard sort of the discussion of an animated armor. It does seem mildly similar, though not matching with any of the researches you've done on things like golems, which are constructed creatures.
And if my detect magic is still up, the crystals or vials or whatever it was inside there that are magical, does it give me a school?
No. Again, it's just this kind of raw magical energy.
Magic. Okay.
Very little of it.
Okay. Can I hoy one of them out? Like, can I get a little finger in there and like...
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Ooh.
I can't tell if Chris's screen is frozen or she's just like giving the camera the same dirty look this whole time.
I think it's the latter.
I'm thinking. And I'm watching. Nori is watching.
14 sleight of hand. Yeah, you're able to pull one of the smaller. It's essentially a crystalline vial. Is why you like. Sometimes it looked like it was just crystal. Sometimes you saw things that seem more vial like. Yeah, but you're able to pull that out.
Ooh.
Does any of the does the structural integrity of this hallway look any better than the one that we were in on the floor below?
Structural integrity looks around the same. It looks much more damaged.
This floor does look more damaged. Okay.
Like this is. I would
am
say.
I afraid of collapse?
Not especially. I would say that rocks, because he's paying attention to sort of the architecture and stuff as you're going through this. This looks like a hallway where fighting was occurring, like foot by foot. People were fighting for control of this hallway in a way that they weren't for the downstairs.
Are there any doors?
Not really. Not through where you've gotten anyway.
I would like to investigate the bodies, and I'm looking for, again, I'm looking for any scrap of writing, because I feel like that's going to be our clue to know what exactly happened here in the moments leading up to whatever it is now.
Are there skeletons, or is it just these pieces of armor?
It's just suits of armor. There is no skeleton within them.
Oh.
So does it look like the suits of armor were fighting each other?
No, they all seem to have armaments that match that more basic metal, like it's a metal shield, metal longsword, metal axe. The interesting thing is that while their gear is the sort of much more standard compared to like the very beautifully decorated shield, the beautiful, more sinuous spear, the suits of armor themselves are all unique. And actually, like in some places you can see quite beautifully decorated. Like they'll have like sort of swirls and patterns on them. Some of them will have like a single piece of them is in a different color of metal, either brighter or like gold. So they seem quite beautiful and unique, as opposed to their weapons, which are much more functional. There doesn't seem to be any writing on them, but you do find rocks as you sort of move them and are looking around. On the back, essentially like in between where shoulder blades would be, you do see an image of a handprint.
Sam, are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay.
It's okay not to be okay.
This handprint isn't like glowing or anything, is it? Not
No.
right now. Okay. Yeah, this looks totally normal to me. Yeah, well, golly gee willikers, guys. What is Rox doing? After, kind of investigating as thoroughly as he can these, you know, suits of armor, I think he just wants to press onward. I think he's getting frustrated that nothing that he's found so far of everything that he has found has really led him to be able to conclude anything of what has happened here, other than that there was some kind of battle.
He like has been kind of surveying and trying to figure out like how this battle was taking place, like what side was fighting what side. But other than that, Nori doesn't like have a whole lot of interest in what's lying on the ground, so she would have been like up past where everybody else is anyway. So if there's anything like on there, like does this whole hall span of dead armor?
It's not like there's one like every foot or anything. Like it's just once you sort of got to the turn and you started heading east, then you started seeing them occasionally on the sides. And when you
I'll just say that I think as this is all happening, Rox is going to pick up the helmet of the one that had the handprint on it.
If you call it Horatio.
Mm-hmm.
Horatio. No.
I think we might want to just keep on in here. And
I also realized I said something slightly wrong there. Sorry, because I skipped to something else. Because there are sort of Nori, go ahead and give me your choice of perception or insight, as you're kind of sort of trying to recreate this.
I like that.
22.
I like that.
That is good, yes.
You, as you'd been going along, you'd seen sort of the more plain stamped metal weapons, and they were sort of with these suits of armor. And sort of you're kind of trying to recreate the battle. And it's like, okay, so the invaders, the sort of plain metal, were marching down this hallway. You can actually in a couple places see sort of splinters of wood, etc. And you suspect that like, oh, okay, the defenders were building barricades. Might make sense that they were using more spears. The thing that you suddenly realize as you sort of look at one of the suits of armor and you're looking at its position, you see this plain sort of stamped metal is driven into it. Like it's piercing the suit of armor. And you sort of turn and look back, and as you're looking down the hallway, this more plain stamped metal that has been around these suits of armor where you've seen them, you now realize it doesn't look like they're wielding them. it might have been where they felled a bunch of people using them. And you also think about the fact that you've seen spears and shields for the defensive weapons, and Naga don't have arms. If they were defending or attacking, they wouldn't be using these armaments. And you're beginning to wonder if the suits of armor were the defenders.
Okay.
And it wasn't obvious because, again, you just saw like, oh yeah, weapons by them. That makes sense.
Right.
Moving in. And that's like just sort of things in the stories began clicking over in your head.
With that, I'll look at Rocks because I know this is his jam. I think the suits were defending.
Huh.
But there are no other bodies, so I don't know what was attacking, but it couldn't have been the Naga.
So, it wasn't suits of armor against other suits of armor. It was just something against them.
I believe.
I'll also say the Naga could have been involved on either side, but someone else would have needed to be involved on either
Right,
side
they weren't
for the
attacking
armament.
with the weapons. Yeah.
Huh. I think we're maybe starting to piece this together.
Wild.
Yeah, it is. Bossy, what's your take on all this?
Oh, heck.
What did you, Debbie?
Fumbled.
Fumbled an insight. Oof. Oof.
Your take on all of this, it's all a dream.
You're not really able to get anything sort of past what you're able to at a casual glance. Yeah.
So that's aside from the conversation with Rox. Yeah, you know, battles aren't really my jam. I think we should just like continue, see if we, you know, see anything more interesting than all these weapons. Oh, great weapons. No idea what's happening. It doesn't make any sense. Where are all the skeletons?
Well,
Sorry, go.
Nori, as you sort of turn the corner, for the first time you see a door off of this hallway. Would you go ahead and push up to it and then go in?
Yes, 100%.
You see what you are very sure is a barracks or a guard room. You're familiar enough with those. You can see sort of like the remains, the sort of ruined remains of like a weapons stand. You can see like sort of coat hook, key hooks, and, you know, places to hang weapons on the walls sort of mounted in. You can see long sort of just recessed alcoves that it looks like were places for people to sleep in. They would not be extremely comfortable for most people. You could hazard a guess that they could work better if you were Naga shaped. Because there's almost like you sort of push like a donut into the wall, so it's like this sort of circular cutout or a very flat section cylinder, which if you were a snake you could sort of crawl into and curl up and be very, very covered.
Are there keys hanging from those key hooks?
No. And again, you can see signs of like the ground having been scorched. There's clear evidence that battle has occurred here. If you continue up the hallway and you turn left, there is a stairway now going up. You also feel like almost on the other, like if you just went through, you would be at the stairway you used to come up to this floor. If you sort of went through the wall here. So like you've gone in a,
Gotcha.
and then there is a staircase up. From what you know, that should be the top tier of the pyramid, with then like the tower past it.
Okay.
Still no skeletons?
Still no skeletons.
Dovin will head up.
I am going to. No, I'll wait a little bit. Never mind.
Ominous.
So we're just heading up the stairs.
This is at the base of the tower.
Kind of. I'll let you. I'll tell you in a second. Hey, Deb, you found your skeletons.
Is there a map? No, the roll 20 is going to
Totally couldn't be a battle map. No.
Oh, those are.
You
not
enter
good.
the top floor of the building, which seems to consist of just a single room. The tower rises through the middle of the room and actually is coming out through the floor of this. Like it's extending. And you can now see that it's not like masonry or anything. It appears to be a pillar of solid rock with a pattern of streaky gray and white layered in it vertically in an oddly entrancing way. Each wall has a massive mirrored surface on it, reflecting down on the pillar, which makes the room seem as if it extends out into myriad dimensions, all of them scattered on or centered on this pillar. And scattered around the room are two notable types of things. The bones of creatures, which include a massive skeleton of a dragon and a giant, both of which appear to have been facing into the column, and white crystals, which, now that you see them here, Barcy, are glowing from within themselves. You had assumed that they were gathering and refracting light. The crystals themselves are glowing. And no longer are they little shards or little rocks. These are massive crystalline growths. In front of you, directly across, is a large worn rock, similar to those that you found outside. And etched on the floor in front of it is the first piece of writing you've come across, which states in a very archaic script, still common but archaic, "Those who wish to enter must first depart."
Well, that's not ominous at all. I'm gonna go ahead and do the thing that I thought I wasn't going to do a moment ago, and I'm gonna cast Spider Climb on myself. I want to climb the pillar.
Okay. You can go forward and climb the pillar.
I go forth and climb the pillar.
So the roof of this is about 25 feet up. It's essentially joined at the top with the pillar, so it's not like you can get out onto the roof of it from here. But you can climb up it. Again, there's this sort of striation, which is vertically patterned And up this close to it and climbing it, it's quite beautiful. It reminds you of the walls in terms of, like, they would clearly seem to be modeled on that, though going in the opposite direction. Perhaps reflecting, just trying to get that length to the pattern. And give me a d20 roll.
I like that number.
What was it? Because
18.
Tony hates me. Thank you.
And as you're climbing and as you're close to it, sort of think back to childhood, etc. And the pattern in this rock reminds you of nothing so much as tree bark. Etched out of pure stone, apparently.
Would I assume that this is a petrified tree?
I mean, it's real big to be a petrified tree. It's real big.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. It looks like a tree, guys. And outside of that, is there anything that I can be doing with this information?
Not really. It's an interesting note. It does seem, you would say that beyond just the construction of this, that this temple was literally built around this tree to some degree. That makes sense within the way the wall patterning is echoing it. Arguably, this is what the temple venerates / protects. Though you do note that the rock that is sitting down on the ground in front of the tree is in kind of a pride of place, and it's very near that message. You also can see from up here, and if you sort of go around this quite large tree, you can see that again all of the mirrors kind of reflect in and sort of reflect off in images of each other. And visions of the room. And
with the whole passing on message thing, was there a gateway or anything, or was it just that inscribed into the base of the tower?
It's literally just in the floor.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I had something blocking that part of the map. Is there any is there any way into this thing? Is it hollow at all?
You sort of like rap on it. It feels like it's solid stone. While Rox is lizarding his way around this pillar, would anyone else like to be doing anything or checking anything out?
I would like to look at the dragon and see what killed it to make it a skeleton.
Give me a medicine check.
Go over here and look at it. All right. Oh, heck.
19.
19.
19 is a very good roll. You are able to see that the bones of the dragon in two places show a lot of damage and trauma. In one, you can see that the bone has charred slightly. It was apparently hit by fire hot enough to burn through its scales, its muscle, and carbonize part of its bone. And at the back, you can also see it looks like one of its hind legs essentially shattered. With that 19, it's not shattering from like being hit by something. It almost looks like the bone itself exploded.
Yikes, I don't like that. Okay. What? And is this like a fully grown
Yes.
up adult? Okay. I don't like that. What is hot enough to burn through dragon? Okay. And then she's gonna scuttle, because that's how I imagine she moves, over to the giant and do a look at that one as well and see if it's like dead by the same kind of exploding bones, burning flesh.
Yeah. You do see the marks of those two sort of same types of trauma.
So she's going to communicate that to everybody and say, right, be prepared for your bones to explode and or very hot things to come flying at you, because that's what's killed these two. Exploding bones. Can I, like, think through all of the things I know? Like, does that ring any bells or sound familiar, or is, like, anything that I've ever heard of before, that kind of effect?
Give me a history or an arcana check.
That is a nat 20.
That is fucking fantastic.
Right on.
All the things.
It does balance
Debbie
out.
will learn all the things.
Balance.
You're trying to think about what could do this, what could cause this, what kind of force, like, is it a detonation, is this some kind of force damage? And as you're sort of standing at the giant, looking at sort of the part where it explodes, you look back over at the dragon, and it's sort of its front right shoulder is where it was burned. And there's something in you as you think about magic, and you think about the sort of theories of this. Something that was hot enough to burn through a dragon. What if there was something that was cold enough to freeze it until it shattered?
It's cocked like hot on one side and cold on the other.
Seems like it, yeah.
Are you letting us know this?
100%. Okay. So this is cool, interesting, fun. Looks like burned at the front, frozen at the back.
Well, that sounds like
So
me.
that's a nice. Are you burned at the front, frozen at the back?
Well, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because you you might not know this, but I'm a dragonborn. My ancestral dragon is a red dragon. Fire. My genie friend, happens to be genie of the ice. Maybe I might be able to glean something out of that. Got a dragon, fire, ice. Sounds like me. I don't know.
Did you do this?
I don't think
cool.
so.
Is there anything else around the room? Like on the walls? Like, are there like holes where it looks like things might come shooting
Flamethrowers?
Give me a perception check.
Well, I just figured I'd ask while Rox is explaining how it wasn't him that killed this dragon.
Yeah.
How it wasn't him who killed the dragon.
Oh.
7.
It wanted to be that 18.
You don't.
That 18 was.
You don't see anything that would obviously suggest like, oh, there's the trap or anything. You do notice, again, just sort of large mirrored surfaces, which are sort of reflecting each other and showing the pillar and showing the room around them.
I will lizardine myself back down the pillar. I would like to investigate the skeleton of the dragon, and I don't know if what Merid is the name of my ice genie friend.
Mhm.
I don't know if that would impart additional like wisdom to me about ice related stuff. Or technically it's a genie of the cold.
Yeah.
But I also think I want to go ahead and recast my last remaining first level spell slot. I want to do Detect Evil and Good again.
Good old warlocks. Okay.
Okay, so Sam, were you this big circle here in the center? That's the pillar that you were climbing up on?
Yes.
Okay. What about this rock thing?
That's a rock kind of similar to the ones that you saw on the way in that were scattered around outside.
And it's just one rock, and then those words are inscribed in front of it?
Yep.
Those who wish to enter must first depart.
Do I get the...
Sorry, just quickly, just because the spell would fire off here. You do not sense any of these creatures around you. So you don't sense any undead. You are able to sense that this area is not desecrated. I think Sam froze because he hasn't blinked in like 20 plus seconds.
Maybe
Yeah,
he's having a staring contest like the Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
No, he's frozen.
Yeah, frozen.
Bossy, could you tell what kind of dragon that was from looking at him?
Let's go away.
No, you were just he's gone.
Dragon.
You were just able to tell it was an adult of whatever type of dragon it was. Yep. The overlay's all in shambles. Good.
Do I get the feeling that I like it, that the same kind of weird feeling that I got from the rocks outside in terms of, okay, so it's not magical, but it's something weird.
Yeah, it feels pretty much the same as those.
I will probably need Galway to roll for me because my internet died. So
No worries.
Rocks, got a question for you. Can you tell what kind of dragon that was?
I feel like I should be able to, but if there's no skin, I don't know. Galway, would I be able to identify a dragon?
Not really. You can, similar to Barcy, you can tell that it was at least an adult dragon. Like in terms of its size and its growth. So it wasn't a young dragon or a hatchling or anything. But in terms of, and also based on the anatomy of it, it was a true dragon. This wasn't like a wyvern or anything.
Yes, sorry. I don't really, can't really make any guesses here.
Would I be able to make any assertions as to like its cause of death if it looks like it's both been burned and frozen?
You're not really sure which one. It looks like it had part of its left hind leg exploded, so it would have had a stump, and the fire that burned its right shoulder was enough to carbonize the bone, so that probably wouldn't have been great for it. You kind of are in sort of take your pick of things that would probably kill something dead.
So, point of clarification. So, each of the skeletons has both cold and fire damage?
Yes.
Or is it... Okay.
It was just Barcy figured it out when she was looking at the cold damage on the giant and looked back and saw, wait,
Gotcha.
something hot enough to burn through a dragon hit it there. Maybe it's the opposite?
Can I just check one point of the architecture of the room? You said there's mirrored surfaces around that are reflecting stuff onto the stone pillar tree.
They're reflecting each other, like you can sort of see that sort of cascade hall of mirrors effect.
Sure.
In some of the places, and they're reflecting the tree or the pillar tree. Surface.
And is there anything in any of those reflections that looks like dodgy, or is it kind of an accurate reflection of how the room is?
As you look around, the mirror that hangs above the door that you came in, through lines of optics that you do not think should be possible, reflects the door itself. Like you see the doorway in the mirror above the door.
Those who wish to enter must first depart. Are we meant to leave the room to get in?
Or go out through a different way?
Through the mirror? Barcy's going to go over to the little rock and do a snoopy snoops at the text and at the rock.
My detect evil and good didn't do anything this time.
You know that this area is... Sorry, I think I was saying that and you had frozen.
I had cut off.
Yeah. You did not detect any undead or anything. You didn't detect any of the creature types. You could detect that this area is not desecrated.
Okay, I would have relayed that information.
So are you wanting to investigate this? So yeah, give me an investigation check.
Nine.
It's carving into the floor itself, like it's engraved in. There's the stone, which again seems very similar. Yeah, that's about it.
Stone is the same kind of smooth edged.
Less so, actually. It's sort of the ones outside were weathered, and this one is not nearly as much. And even looking at it, you begin to get a little bit of a sense of a scale pattern to it.
You touched it.
Should I touch it?
What?
Nori is would walk if no one has touched that rock yet, because that's all I have been staring at. Nori will gladly walk over and touch the rock.
You touch it. It feels like stone. Being this close to it again, there's a distinct scale pattern to the stone.
Scale. As in dragon skin scale.
Or Naga.
Or Naga.
Or Dragonborn. Huh?
Or fish?
Barcy. Can I use the Naga skeleton?
Oh.
No? I didn't.
I mean, I'm sorry.
That's right.
I mean, what for? I mean, I need it.
I wonder if we place it on the stone, if something would happen.
doesn't happen, we put it back in the bottle and I keep it, okay?
Fine.
Why don't we put me in the bottle with the Naga and then put the bottle on the stone?
Weird.
Do you want to do that?
I don't.
I mean, if we're just throwing out ideas, it's the first thing that came to my mind.
I think, fine, if you want to try it, we can try it, but I'm gonna, back away because I don't want to get exploded or frozen.
Also true. Go away. Can I, if I have my, echo standing basically on the skeleton of the dragon, can I kind of move around over here, and look at all the mirrors and see what mirrors sort of reflect my echo?
Yeah.
If I'm moving around and...
I would say that as you're looking around, without me having to specifically describe them, the things that follow the sort of general rules that you would say of optics, of either that's a mirror that should directly reflect it, or it can catch a mirror that reflects it, and okay, yeah, I can work that out, including for okay, that one can't because it just sees the pillar, that one can because it sort of catches the edge of this. I will also say, this is dizzying. You are at this point looking in reflections of reflections of reflections and kind of tracking two different versions of yourself moving in a mirror.
I feel like I'm in Star Wars.
Well, imagine you're a dragon and a giant, and you're trying to get into this stone thing, and you shoot your fiery breath, and you maybe shoot some cold because you're a frost giant, and it reflects and bounces and amplifies and hits you.
Do I think they died at about the same time? As in, does that make sense?
That's kind of beyond the scale of a medicine check for where you are.
But in terms of decomposition of the bodies, are they more or less
Just skeletons.
Both.
They're both
completely
totally skeletized. Yeah.
I'll also then blink my echo away and then blink him back up, trying to make him be in the mirror entryway.
It's like in that space.
Yeah, like in the space. Almost it would be behind the mirror, sort of, but it looks...
You sort of just... With the rules of this, I'm pretty sure it has to be in an available space to go into. It's right in front of the mirror. It looks like there's the mirror and then the wall. And
okay,
that doesn't... As you do see, as you're now sort of craning your neck to look at it, all of you are reflected in the mirror above the door, near this door. And again, that is not a possible sightline. Barcy noticed this.
Yeah.
That the one above the door seems to be the only one that she saw that breaks sort of optics.
The rules of physics.
Dovin's gonna step out the door, then out the main door, see if that does anything.
As you step out, looking at yourself in the mirror, you find yourself someplace entirely other. You all no longer see Dovin. Dovin essentially walked to the edge of the doorway and just as he was crossing the threshold, the parts of him that did just disappeared, and then he stepped through.
Oh man, I'm straight after him.
You dash through. Chase is like, they're gone now. They're gone. We should, oh God.
Well, I guess we're all going through this. Hey, Nori, could you do me the honors? And I jump inside of my bottle.
I will take the bottle and I will throw it through the doorway. But I want to look. Can I see anything else in any of the reflections?
You took the bottle and you threw it through the doorway.
Yes.
You see the bottle skid to the ground on the other side of the doorway.
Uh-oh.
Do I see anything in any of the reflections? Like, do I see Barcy or Dovin?
No.
See. Okay. But the door is open
Door is open.
and Dovin opened it.
I think it was already open.
It was
when
already
we came
open
in,
when you
but-
came in.
Okay.
Like there isn't
I just
really.
stepped
This is a
back through it.
doorway, not a door.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You did see that Dovin and Barcy were both sort of looking up at the mirror as they walked through the doorway.
We'll look at Chasen. And I will look at the ground and walk out.
You're standing over by the bottle. Out in the hallway, you have the stairs down to the second floor.
Did it work?
Pick it up. I really hate you. And I'll walk back in the room. And I'll look back at Jason. And then I'll look up and I'll walk through.
You as you sort of go through, you're going to hear Jason. Oh, it's gonna be a long day writing reports. And he will follow after you. You reappear in this new space with a bottle in your hand.
Drop it.
Clank, 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 clank.
We have re-entered the title screen.
Oh, we're back to the beginning. We all start again.
We're in a carriage. I'm whittling up front.
I'm irritating Nori. How
I'm in
good.
a bottle, you know?
Look above my head.
As you
Full
walk
circle.
through the door, reality pivots. Where you were walking out, now you were walking in. The walls are made of the same striking stone pattern as the column that had been in the middle of the room. And now, in the middle, where there had been a column and a rock and an etching on the floor, you see what appears to be an altar of some sort, with a hollow depression in it, enough for a sphere to rest. Even without detect magic or anything else on, those who are magically attuned can feel magical energy radiating from that altar, particularly from this depression. And at the edges of it, Barcy, you see still there, I suppose, but you've seen no signs of anything disturbing it. Scorch marks and ice crystals. And behind the altar, there is a massive panel of stone that stretches up probably a good 10 feet. Characters etched deeply into it. And as you first look at it, you see pictograms of some sort. Not a thing you've ever read, but as you all look at them, they waver and change. And each of you sees them in your primary language. So you can decide that for each of your characters, if that's common or something else.
Minotaur.
But each of you see the same text. 4 lights, 6 pillars, 8 orbs. The curse our effort no longer absorbs. The pillar shakes, the first light dims, and the orb wakes. With the cursed one's arrival, the door shivers and shakes.
First comes the fourth, the third's work not done. The vulnerable led astray, assistance they shun. The valiant arise, our hope yet glows. With the light of the blind, the threat still grows. Felled by betrayal, this is our dirge. New powers arrive, resist the scourge. This battle may fail, yet still take heart. You may yet save Tyr from falling apart.
Wanted you all out of my area. I'm not even supposed to be here.
Today, in general.
In general.
So, I'm guessing outside of that, we're not seeing any writing anywhere, huh?
No, not
What's your
especially.
obsession with writing?
I have an ability that allows me to translate any written text in any language ever.
Oh wow, okay.
And I've been trying to find something so hard.
Sorry, I aced you out of that one maybe a little bit.
Yikes.
Eyes of the
well,
Runekeeper is what it's called.
Cool.
What else is in the room? Like, is there anything other than, like, I mean, like, is anything moving, lighting up?
You can see the faint glowing pattern of a circle with a triangle through it on the altar, on that sort of depression. And as you look in between sort of you and the altar, where in this impossible space where it feels like the walls stretch out to forever, but if you just walked in the door, and you can still see sort of an opening behind you, about where the stone would be, you see a glowing sort of spectral figure turn and look at you. Rocks. You sense undeath. And you're going to,
Undeath.
as in this
What?
creature, this form that is turning to look at you, which has the face of sort of a humanoid with a snake body, but wispy and ethereal and glowing. It's
And
going
does
to-
this read as good or evil?
Ghost Naga!
It's hard to say. It looks at you, though, and each of you feel impacted by deep sadness and rage.
Not want to invoke rage on a barbarian.
You come too late. Our home already broken. Our hope already stolen. Why do you persist? You cursed children, so hateful that you would hound us, even in death, defeat, disgrace.
I'll pop my.
I think there's been some miscommunications here. We were just walking through, and
We didn't one. What?
As you see its body twist, you begin to hear the sound of splintering glass. And you see the impossible infinite walls folding and crinkling in on themselves into planes and angles and faces, each of which stretches for eternity, yet is also coming closer to you as this space expands and collapses. This place became our tomb for your greed. Now let it be tomb too. It'll sort of poof.
More Ghost Naga?
No more Ghost Naga.
Is the door still behind us?
The door is still behind you, but it's beginning to so here's a wall, and it's in it. It's beginning to pitch up slightly as this space is folding and contorting as if it was glass and planes of glass sort of shattering in.
Get through that door like kind of a cool backflip cartwheel, whatever.
I chuck the glass bottle up there, and then I teleport into it.
So you just like hork it at the door and then teleport in. Cool.
Yeah.
It's not very far off the ground. It's just moving up somewhat.
I'll try to run and catch the bottle before I jump into the door.
I was gonna say, spike it back into the room. Fuck you in particular.
You're out of here.
Okay, yeah, you lift yourself over. Nori, are you doing the same?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want to be stuck here.
As you get outside, you reappear now as if you've just walked into the room with the stone pillar. You feel the stones shuddering and twisting beneath you. You are fairly sure that whatever structural integrity this place had is going away very rapidly.
Let's go. We're out.
You begin running. You make your way down the stairs. You're now on the second floor. You do remember that you think that through that wall was the other staircase, but like running around that sort of U shape.
Oh yeah, I'm going through the wall.
Okay.
Because I thought, it was the one that.
Give me either an attack roll or an athletics check.
Let's go with athletic. So
13. You sort of do a little bit of damage, but not much.
1 second, and I'll put my horns down and rush through. It's the best I can.
Give me an attack roll with your gore, I think attack is called.
Sure. Horns. 15.
15. Roll me some damage.
On the horns?
Yep.
Sorry. Oops.
I was like,
9.
D20s? Why am I not using that attack? 9 damage. You put some more force into it. You can see sort of stonework starting to crack. Barcia Rocks, anything you'd like to do?
I think a knock spell would get this out of my way. Because it says, choose an object that you can see within range. The object can be blah, blah, blah. That contains a mundane or magical means to prevent access. It in my way.
It in my way.
I want it not be in my way no more.
I will rule
Love
that
you so much, Debbie.
that if it got opened up a little bit more, so that like there was genuinely room between the two, like there was a gap that allowed air to pass through, then you could try to use the knock spell. You'd probably have to make an Arcana check to make sure it went through, but some more normal damage will need to be done to this first.
Nori, Dovin, hit it again.
I'll hit it with my great axe.
19 hits, yeah. It's a wall. It's honestly not that hard to hit. Go ahead and roll me damage. 6. Very good. You're starting there. You think there's just a little bit more to get through. At this, actually, Chasen will.
Chasing my ass. I'm gonna try.
Oh shit! Chasen crit hit for 18 damage. He's going to just sort of cleave his greatsword down through the middle and push through the damage that Nori and Dovin had already done, where like they were almost bowing it out like doors. He's going to push through so that now there is an opening. Barcy, I will say at this point, you may use a knock spell. It will require an Arcana check to see if you can manage to make this sort of off-brand usage of knock work.
I like it.
Love it.
Okay, so do you want me to click knock and then click Arcana?
You are going to have to spend the spell one way or the other.
Yeah, sure.
And then Arcana to see if you can fully get it. And then give me an Arcana check, and we will.
Door has to make a saving throw.
Yeah, we're going to assume that it fails the save. It's more, can she get it to do this?
I like
17.
those.
Yes, you can. With an echoing tum that just sort of is rippling back and forth and almost begins, the echoes which begin to mix with still this sound of cracking glass that is occurring around you all and shattering stone. You essentially fling this open like it is doors. As you run through, Barcy, give me a perception check.
Yes, sir.
Nat 20. As you get through, you can see that the inside, not the facing of the rock, which has been this sort of, again, brown, the inside is a bit lighter, like the stones that you've been seeing. And for a brief moment as you run by, in the stone, you can very clearly see a humanoid face with a serpent's body descending down from it. And you begin to wonder what the stones that you've seen throughout here.
Snaga?
Sorry, like, Ghost Naga? Hello, sorry, leaving. You are now at the stairway from the first floor to the from the second floor to the first floor. I'm assuming you're all just sort of hauling ass.
I'm running along the walls because, you know, I gotta make use of my spider climb.
Good,
That's
good.
weird.
Squirm approves.
Very weird.
You're running along. You come down to that hallway where you had cleared, and you can see that the archway you had kind of made out of this is holding, but barely. And you sort of scamper through that. As a note, clearing the debris was the right choice for this part of the excursion. It was faster to break through the wall on the other side, but that destabilized the whole area. You just continue. You're just running, pushing. You get outside. And you realize in horror that the sound hasn't stopped now that you are outside of the structure. Barcy, above you, you can see the glimmering crystals shaking ever so slightly, trembling, and you realize that the entire cavern is now apparently collapsing in on itself.
Cool. Cool.
Grab
All
Nori's
running?
hand and just run.
Everybody give me an athletics check.
Who has the fastest running speed?
AKA who's
Not
carrying the
me.
bottle.
30.
AKA who's carrying the bottle? I hope.
Wait,
I
so are
think
you
I
back in the
caught the
bottle? I thought you
bottle.
were climbing the walls.
Yeah, that's true. I'm carrying
was-
the bottle, I think, for you.
Yeah.
It popped back out to see what else he could see and if he could contribute, and now is just we should go now. Barcy 7 for athletics, Nori 18 for athletics, Dovin 17 for athletics.
Hold on, I have to roll.
Unless you're in the bottle.
Yeah, I'm in the bottle.
You don't have to roll if you're in the bottle.
Oh, don't be in the bottle. Be out of the bottle.
I'm not in the bottle.
Can I go in the bottle?
20 for athletics for rocks, nat 20 for athletics. You all are clearing it very easily, except for Barcy. You are beginning to struggle because you are running and like the vines, there is no let's get back down to the river and follow that nice meandering course for, a couple of hours. This was this way, so we're going that way. You are running pell-mell through jungle with vines and roots. You see, like, Dovin is occasionally just not moving out of the way of the tree and just sort of taking a chunk off of it as he keeps running straight ahead, cradling this bottle like underneath his arm, apparently not understanding that Rox is in fact not in the bottle.
It's fine.
But is just trailing like alongside behind him slightly. They're all making it. You are beginning to have a very hard time though. You are stumbling, you are tripping. And then you're not. You're doing fine. You're able to actually like begin catching up to them. You are making up ground. You feel you must have just figured it out. You must have gotten it done. Chasen is kind of like sprinting alongside, and had actually almost been dropping back to try to help you, and now you seem like you sort of go by and he's like, oh, I should go then. And you all keep running. Everybody except Barcy, give me a round of athletics checks. Barcy, give me an Arcana check. I suppose I should make this point.
Really wanted to be 15.
I guess I used up all my good rolls, huh?
Okay, but there was a lot of really good rolls, to be fair.
There were.
You all are doing fine. Nori, it's a little bit hard, but you're able to keep making progress. You're able to keep dodging things. Barcy, you're just sort of zooming along with everyone. You keep running. You are just running as hard and as fast as you can. You suspect that if you had taken the path sort of just directly through the jungle, it would have been about an hour. That is what you are doing, and you are just doing it at a full sprint. So you are moving incredibly quickly. You are doing a great job with this. You can see fissures starting to form in the ceiling. Crystals of these sort of white glowing crystals are raining down as you run panicked. You get to the fissure in the rock. Give me one more athletics check, everyone except Barcy.
Ooh.
Dovin, you get a little bit wedged in the tunnel as you're going, and the rock is twisting and cracking around you. Take that much bludgeoning damage. As you keep running, but you get through, but the rocks essentially slam into you.
Can I use my reaction to force the rocks 10 feet away from him?
For hitting me.
Talisman.
for hitting him?
How dare they?
I'm gonna say, because it's a one shot, sure. I'm not gonna say that that's my ruling for all time on that. Because I think that technically it procs off of an attack, and this did not count.
Oh, yep. You know what? Yep, that is what it says.
But
You're
I
right.
am fine for flavor for you saying you sort of magically push them a little bit, and it's not even that you get them back, but you hold them open. You let Dovin squeak through. You get through and sort of are back out into this freezing air, and you hear just this deep rumbling as you see just parts of this cliffside are collapsing in and down, turning essentially just into rubble. You see the guards at the camp are scattering back away as parts of the cliff face are collapsing down towards them. You essentially just keep running until you get clear to the edge of it. The rumbling stops. What had been this very high, hard, sharp-lined cliff is now a sort of pile of semi-settled rocks and rubble. You all sit and just sort of pant, looking at each other, looking back and forth. The guards who had been here from the convocation are like, "The hell did you do? Is this magic?" And at this, they're going to move towards Barcy and Rox.
Cool.
And you are going to see Chase like, enough. No, enough.
Yeah, there's a sword in their face too.
Yeah, right,
From
yeah.
him. No, from
And
him.
Nori's stepping over there too.
You will not harm them. This all of this is different. Different than we thought. Different than what we understood. No. We need a new way. This requires unity. Barcy, I need you to make a perception check. 15.
Bit better.
At the edge of this sort of cliffside, off to the side, the very edge of your vision, it's very odd because you sort of just look up as you've been panting, now threatened, sort of moving away, and now just back to, okay, we're not getting killed. This seems good. As you pant and sort of look up, for just a second, at the edge of the cliff, you see Dovin? Or Dovin's echo, but Dovin doesn't have an echo. It's not dressed like Dovin. It's Dovin in purple and black robes. And you'll sort of see the figure look at you, turn, and then there's nothing there. And with this, you get into a carriage. You begin working your way back to the camp. You are tired, you are battered, you are confused by the things that you have seen. You are confused by what that text could have meant. You are confused as to what the creature that spoke to you meant. Why it seemed to think you were there to harm it. You ponder all of these things. You see Chasen is deep in thought. And you all make it back. In time, will perhaps rest and recover. And for a beat that again, just like last night on Tier, instead of having you scatter and give it to the audience, you all listen. As some distance away in the snow, popping back into visibility, a minotaur in a purple and black robe walks. And a figure also materializes. Why did you save them? I did not think it was right that they should die yet. That one Chasen may be our way forward. Plus, he was there. Still, you know our people and our role in the world. I do, Mr. Wake. I do. And with that, I think we will call it done. Thank you so much for tuning in with us today for a very special Saturday stream. I would like to encourage you all to tune in next week. On Wednesday, we have Goats of Saltmarsh. On Thursday, we have Spire. On Friday, we have Goats and Dragons, The Fates of Rin. And on Saturday, again, another special stream, 9 p.m. Eastern in the evening. In the evening. Yep, good. It's fine. This is how you stick the outro. We will have a special preview stream of the Lore of Ithera adventure module. which will feature Andy DMing, myself playing, and as well as Adam and Lena. We're tremendously looking forward to that. If you would like to join our community, use !Discord to get a link in the chat. If you would like to see more of this, go ahead and follow us here on Twitch to get notifications whenever we go live. And you can also check out our full archive over on YouTube. Just look for Helpful Goat Gaming. For all of us here at Helpful Goat Gaming, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you have a wonderful day, evening, late night if you're Debbie. Thank you so much to Debbie for playing with us.
Yeah,
we had
Debbie,
so much
that was
fun.
awesome.
So much fun,
great.
It
Debbie.
was wonderful to be able to get to play with you.
That's so much.
We hope that you all are safe, are well. Be kind to yourselves and to each other. Love you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.